to the left field corner. That's down. 2 runs in.
That's our goal, is to prove that, we're worthy of winning a championship, just like those other Oregon teams that have won championships. They had to earn it.
Big Ten baseball champs, the Oregon Ducks.
Everyone's now just expecting a different level of winning.
We embrace that. We need to earn it.
This is the OCCU Baseball Pregame Show on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield. OCCU, the credit union that gives you more. A full preview of today's game and much more is on deck. Now let's go live to Charles Schwab Field for Oregon Duck Baseball.
Second game of the Big Ten tournament for the Ducks. The winner advances to the 4-team championship bracket over the weekend. Nebraska is the opponent, expecting to see a lot of red in the ballpark. A little less than an hour from Lincoln. But right now, we don't see much of anybody in the ballpark because the rain's coming down pretty good. There were some potential thunderstorms in the forecast, and as we go on the air here for the OCCU pregame show, we can tell you that there is no way that this game will start on time. In fact, they've got the weather delay due to current weather conditions graphic up on the scoreboard here in Omaha, so we'll keep you updated. We'll go through our normal OCCU pregame show, including our conversation with Mark Wazakowski on the Toyota Coaches Corner, but as we go on the air here, this game will start a little bit later than initially planned. There's been some rain in and out throughout the day, and the forecast does look to clear up in the next couple hours. We'll hopefully be able to get this one in short order. The Ducks, though, in a win or go home from this tournament type of situation. Nebraska and Oregon are both 1-0 in the pool. The winner of this one will win the pool and advance to play Penn State tomorrow. UCLA and Iowa are the other 2 teams that have advanced to the semifinals here in the Big Ten tournament. That's what's on the line. It's true postseason mentality. And the Ducks, after winning yesterday, and as Mark Wazakowski put it, not their cleanest baseball game, but still won the game nonetheless to set up this one to advance and continue on in this Big Ten baseball tournament. Ducks won a share of the regular season title. Now they look for the conference's automatic bid to the NCAA tournament with a conference tournament victory here in Omaha. OCCU pregame show continues on. We'll have updates on a first pitch time, and when we return, we're talking with Mark Wazakowski, reviewing yesterday, getting ready for today on the Toyota Coaches Corner here on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere. A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
when the storm rolls in, my time to find a pet-friendly evacuation center will have run out.
The scorching heat wave will leave me powerless to cool my insulin.
I'll face a hurricane without meds. Now that's a tough pill to swallow.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Omaha. Time for the Toyota Coaches Corner. Joey Mack sitting down with Oregon baseball head coach Mark Wazakowski. A win yesterday, Waz. How are you this morning? Some of your takeaways from yesterday's ball game.
Good morning, Joe. I'm okay. We won the game last night, so that was the objective, and we met the objective, so that was good. Probably one of the more challenging games to get our team prepared for of the year. Reminiscent of a midweek game that as a coach really matters, and yet the outside noise to your locker room is that the game doesn't matter. And yet for fans to understand this, the win yesterday dropped our RPI 2 points because the team we played had an RPI of 140 or so, and the loss would have dropped us at least 5 places in RPI, which would have knocked us out of hosting a regional and definitely being a national seed. So that game meant maybe even more than the game that supposedly means a lot today against Nebraska. Guess what, fans? They all mean a lot, and getting that through to young people when they're told the game doesn't mean something or doesn't mean as much as the next day or whatever that kind of rhetoric is, gets really tough to handle narratives. And no matter how much you preach on it or harp on it, when they're hearing it for so many other directions, it just kind of pollutes the brain and it gets into the actions. And so, that was real for yesterday. And so, yeah, one of the harder games to prepare for yesterday. At least we came out on top, so we are extremely blessed on that.
To zoom out, if I could, Waz, like we talked about yesterday, it's a new season, you're 1-0 in postseason. Like, there's also a development piece to this, too. Your team still wants to get better. I know that's what coaches always want here at the end of the year, huh?
Yeah, and the get better part of it right now is really about getting better with handling environments that are bigger environments. So it's more or less why probably Coach Altman takes his team to go play in some massive stadium, in some football stadium at the beginning of the year to put his guys in that venue, and there's only probably 24 people watching the game, but yet the actual venue itself being a 30 or a 50,000 seat stadium is something that student athletes look around and they get weird about, and that's what we were yesterday when we walked into a unbelievable venue, but it's massive, and they look at it. And the guys that played the best, oddly, were the guys that had the experience. Drew Smith, Anson Arrows, Dominic Hellman, Jacob Walsh when he needed to at the end, but even at the beginning of his day, he was bad. And he would even admit that. So, the experience factor was really in play yesterday. And hopefully, like I said to them post-game, hopefully we got that out of our system to where today is a little bit more settling and more of a natural look.
You touched on Anson. I wanted to ask you about him, Waz, at the plate. Just his approach. We mentioned a few weeks ago that he seems to be stringing some good at-bats together for you. What have you seen from Anson? What did you see yesterday?
Well, it starts with who he is off the field. He's a really solid human being. He's very consistent with his life, and consistent is usually really boring. He's not one of the most popular guys, I don't think, on the team from a social aspect, but he's probably the most popular guy from a respect aspect. Boring is and cool usually don't go hand in hand. I think Anson's really cool because I really do appreciate the boringness of his life and his consistency, boring being a good thing, right, and a compliment. But him as a person is extremely consistent away from the ballpark, and so what you usually get on the field is very consistent. Drew Smith, ditto, and that's why you get a very consistent player. And the other guys that are learning consistency, as they get better and better consistent with their life, you see more and more consistency on the field. It's the same thing, I think, probably for the people that are listening with whatever jobs they have. The more boring you probably are in your life, you're probably more productive at work and with your family. And I think that's the exact same thing that we deal with on the field.
I think I'm now going to start saying I'm proud to be boring after this conversation, right? That's a good thing. Talked about Drew Smith, too, and Anson. I mean, those are two guys that have played a lot of outfield now for you. They're outfielders, but they've played so many other positions for you, and I wanted to ask you about Drew defensively. Makes that really nice catch in foul ground, Waz. I just thought that was illustrative of Drew's growth in the outfield defensively, too.
Yeah, he's done a nice job, and his speed with Darryl Hunter has increased. He can play center field now for us, which there's no way a year ago he'd be able to have done that. And coming off a leg injury earlier in the year to be able to have that kind of speed is really exceptional work from Cody Peterman, our trainer, as well. So, but yeah, he's a versatile player. He can play infield, he can play outfield, and he's just a steady performer for us, which has been good. He got a really clutch. Well, he had some really clutch at bats last night for us, and that postseason experience, tapping into that from the last several years, that probably was what got us over the hump last night.
We'll get a timeout on the OCCU pregame show here from Omaha. We've got more of the Toyota Coach's Corner with Oregon Baseball head coach Mark Wasikowski right after this on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Weather in the Pacific Northwest can cause shifting soil, and that can cause foundation damage. Do you have cracked walls, sloping floors, or sticking doors? Ramjack has your lifelong solution. We developed our own patented system to stabilize your home's foundation once and for all. We're the only company that offers a lifetime transferable warranty backed by a warranty trust. Schedule your free foundation evaluation today. People who do their homework choose Ramjack.
The tradition, competition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports. And we've got you covered on SiriusXM College Sports Radio. There's complete coverage of every major conference, plus live games and 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now and see offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 25.
BECU. You've heard the name, seen the letters. But what does BECU stand for? Simply put, not-for-profit BECU stands for people. For charting your own path. For choosing what's right for members instead of what's profitable for someone else. Because they are the reason our credit union exists. So we do everything in our power to help them reach their financial goals. BECU. Power in people. All Pacific Northwest residents are eligible to join. Federally insured by NCUA.
Welcome back to the OCCU pregame show. We continue the Toyota Coaches Corner with Oregon Baseball head coach Mark Wazakowski, coming off a win last night, getting ready for the Cornhuskers of Nebraska here in the second game of the Big Ten tournament. Dominic Hellman gets on base for you 4 times, Waz, and just hitting in that 2-hole. Seems like he really has something for you. It can be dangerous in that 2-hole, but then also can get on base for you, work and walk. So what have you seen from Dom? What do you want to see from him the rest of the way this year?
What he's given us, right? I mean, yeah, it's a little harder to score him from first. When he hits it over the fence, it's easier to score him. But still, yeah, I mean, this game is mostly about base runners, and if you can get multiple base runners, that's really the key. And so him just getting on base is it. Giving us a good quality at-bat. Home runs and power streaks come and go, right? And so, when he gets on a power streak, holy cow, what that looks like is insane. And sure, we'd love to see that happen with him, and obviously Mason's cooled a little bit. Love to see him get back on that kind of thing, but that's where hitting kind of comes and goes, and you need the length of a lineup to carry you through to where you don't have a crappy lineup is when you have to have a guy or two come through, and then the other guys stink so bad that you lose when those first 2 guys that are your studs don't do it, and we don't have a crappy lineup. We've got guys throughout the lineup that are able to win baseball games for us.
One more point from last night, if I could, just a thought on Ian Umlant and the length that he gave you. Showed up to pitch for you on the mound yesterday, didn't he?
Sure did. Now he's screaming, hey, are you going to pitch me in the rotation, in weeks to come? Have I slid into your top 3 yet, Coach, or not, right? And I love that because those are the kind of decisions you want to have, the competitiveness to where it's good competitiveness. It's not, hey, these guys have been so bad, do I get my shot? Because I've been worse than them, actually, but because they've been so bad, do I get my shot? That is such a losing mentality. And yet Ian's doing it the opposite way, the winning mentality. He's saying, hey, look, Coach, I know these guys have done well in your rotation, and just watch me too, because I'm going to do better than them. And that'll make your decisions even harder for postseason starters, and I love it. I think that's fantastic for Ian. His stats are good. He didn't get the win last night just because, the offense probably didn't do enough to be able to get him a win. He did plenty to get himself a win. But still, yeah, really proud and happy for Ian's development, especially with Coach Hawk, yeah.
You talk about a competitor. You got one going on the mound tonight. What do you want to see from Grayson against this lineup?
What he's done in the past, right? Just he's multiple pitches for strikes, a lot of composure, pitches old, pitches just doesn't pitch scared. He gets after guys. You're going to have a road venue tonight. We're going to have probably over 20,000 fans, I would guess, roughly 20,000 fans here for Nebraska. And it's going to be, I guess they call it a sea of red, which, it's going to be loud on their part. And even though we're in a neutral site, it probably should be a home field game for Nebraska tonight for sure. They're going to outnumber our fans, and so we're going to need to be able to handle that element.
You talked about the experience of that, though, earlier, Waz, when we were just chatting. I mean, that's a big deal, handling this environment. That's a good experience here in the postseason.
Great experience. And so, we've had a lot of that, right, over the last several years to be able to get used to that. But yet, if those kids didn't play in those games, Ryan Cooney, great example, great player for us, multiple times Big Ten Player of the Week, up there at the top of our stat sheet in so many categories, and yet he probably played his worst game of the year last year. And so connect those dots. Why did that happen, right? And all that is experience. And Ryan wasn't on the field at the end of last year as much as Drew Smith and Ansoneros and those kind of players. And so, he's got to get that experience now. He's got to get the experience of just playing the same game of baseball, but it happens to be in a different venue at a different time of the year and all that kind of stuff. As he gets that, you'll see him settle, and you'll see him play like he did this year, which is a first-team All-Big Ten player. And so I'll use that guy as an example. Hopefully Grayson's heart beats slow tonight, knowing that he's been through it, but it's going to be a key to managing the game.
Lastly, just some thoughts on the Huskers. Tell fans a little bit about your opponent tonight.
Balance of left and right-handed hitters. They're going to throw their number one arm against us. I know that's going to surprise you. It seems like that's pretty much what everybody does against us, which is good. That's a compliment. That means that you're really good, and people are going to give you their best to be able to beat you because you're really good. And so, we're just going to need to play our best to come out of here with a win.
All right, Waz, thanks for the time. Go get them.
All right, take care. Go Ducks.
That's Mark Wasikowski joining us on the Toyota Coaches Corner. Toyota, let's go places. Wrapping up the OCCU pregame show. Oregon Baseball is brought to you by our friends at OCCU, where Duck fans get more for the things they care about with remarkable checking and the Duck debit card. More for the game, more for gear, more for a bright future. Learn more at myoccu.org/Get Duck Debit. Well, normally I'd be telling you that your Safeway starting lineups are coming up next, but there's still some rainfall here in Omaha. The tarp is on the field. Don't anticipate starting this game for a while. So if you're just joining us here on the OCCU pregame show, Ducks and Huskers coming up, but currently in a weather delay. We'll keep you updated. What we'll do on the broadcast is take our next time out, head into what we would refer to as our play-by-play portion of the broadcast, and then we've got some delay programming scheduled for you, and we'll keep you updated here from the Big Ten baseball tournament. Winner advances to the semifinals tomorrow. Ducks and Huskers hoping to get one in tonight. We'll keep you updated when we return on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
Heather and I had an argument just like any other couple. I was lost. I had snapped. I had a gun and I was going to take my own life. Heather helped me realize that there was still a life to live for the better of myself, my family. My weapon is now safely put away.
A moment of crisis can happen to anyone. Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
This is Duck Baseball on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Ripped by Garate in the air towards center field. Backing up, gone!
Today's game is sponsored by Les Schwab Tire Centers, doing the right thing since 1952. Safeway, official grocery partner and tailgate headquarters of the Oregon Ducks. By Pepsi, go Ducks, drink Pepsi. And by Pacific Source Health Plans, doing what's right, not just what's required.
Throw down to second, got him! Magers throws out the runner.
It's time for first pitch on the Oregon Sports Network. Now, once again, out to the ballpark. This is Duck Baseball.
Ducks and Huskers in Omaha, getting ready for a matchup between two teams that are hoping to advance to the semifinals. Nebraska needs to win this tournament to get into the NCAA tournament. Ducks are playing for their postseason resume and seeding positioning. As Mark Wasikowski said on the Toyota Coaches Corner, all these games matter for your postseason resume. They matter all throughout the course of the season, and now in the postseason, they really matter. Ducks need to win to advance to the semifinals tomorrow. We are in a weather delay as we wrap up the OCCU pregame show. The Ducks and Huskers are both here at the ballpark. They've gone through warm-ups, but we've still got a weather delay. I would anticipate a bit until they throw the first pitch out there on Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. There's been some rain on and off in the forecast in Omaha and looks to continue at least for the next hour or so. We'll keep you updated. And in the meantime, we get to go back in time to another conference tournament. Ducks won the 2023 Pac-12 tournament, and we can relive that title game a little bit, and we'll keep you updated from the Big Ten baseball tournament as the Ducks and Huskers hope to get this one in tonight. I'm Joey Mack. Let's go back in time to the conference tournament title game in the Pac-12 in 2023 that the Ducks ultimately won. Keep you updated on some delays here on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield. Arizona with a 1-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the third inning. Bennett Thompson, Gavin Grant, and Riku Nishida to the plate. 8-9-1 for the Ducks against Aiden May. Wildcats are out hitting the Ducks 4-1. Thought coming into this game with the way that both teams have been taxed on the mound, maybe Oregon more so than Arizona, could be a lot of runs scored. But so far, Spoljaric and May have, for the most part, kept the offenses in check. Bennett Thompson looks at ball 1-0. Thompson, the sophomore, hitting .383. And Todd Miles and I were talking about this pregame. 1-0 to Thompson. He hits it in the air towards center. Bingham backing up a few steps. Center fielder makes the catch. Bennett Thompson now has been at bat 82 times, and he has 14 doubles. To put that in context, Riku Nishida has been at bat 227 times, and he has 14 doubles. The doubles to at-bat ratio for Bennett Thompson is very high. Gavin Grant swings at the first pitch, chops one to the middle of the diamond, right where the second baseman was playing. And the throw is in time from White. Two outs, base is empty. In steps Riku Nishida. Dusts off the plate. Now he's ready in the lefty box against May. Pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Nishida hits a hot shot on the ground to the third baseman. Bullard knocks it down, picks it up, throws to first, not in time. Nishida legs it out. Nishida hit that one hard. Bullard was playing in, knocked it down. Nishida legging it out. I'd give him an infield single there. See what the official scorer does as Colby Shade steps in. Ducks looking for a two-out rally down by one. Shade fouls the first pitch to the net. Oh. Called it a fielding error on the third baseman. Tough call. It was hit hard. I understand it was at Bullard, but he was playing in. I think all he could do there was knock it down, and then Nishida legged it out. To be honest with you, if it's a slower base runner, Bullard probably does throw him out. Nishida's running here, pitch in for a strike, and Nishida steals second base. 22nd steal of the year for Riku Nishida. It's 0-2 now to Shade. Nishida adding to his program single season record. (0-2). Fouled to the right side and into the stands. (0-2) from May again with a runner at second. Ducks looking to tie it. Shade hits one toward right center. Down! Nishida around third. Colby Shade with an RBI single. The Ducks have tied it at 1 in the bottom of the third. That stolen base from Nishida, huge. Got him into scoring position. Shade with great two-strike hitting. And the Ducks even this game at 1 apiece. Drew Cowley now steps in. Takes a first pitch strike, 0-1. Drew Cowley and Sabine Ceballos enter this game both with 61 runs batted in. A single-season program record. Record was 57 coming into this season, and now 2 Ducks have broken that single-season mark this year. Throw over to first, sends back Shade, and he could steal a base as well. 14 steals on the year. Another throw over, Shade back in safely. Shade's just a couple shy of his single-season high in steals. Stole 16 last year. Might try to move into scoring position for Cowley. Throw over, back in. One, swing and a miss. Down on the count, 0-2, another throw over to first. Cowley hit into a double play to end the first inning. Ducks and Wildcats tied at 1 in the bottom of the third. Oh-2. Cowley fouls it over my head, out of play. Broadcast location, same as it's been for the entire tournament. Been fortunate to be in the same booth here in Scottsdale. It's worked out well so far. Throw over, ball dropped at first. Shade would have been out. May had him picked. Romero dropped the pickoff throw. Shade and the Ducks dodge a bullet there. Cowley ready for the 0-2. Swings and line drives one to left field. Base hit. So that drop ball could prove costly here if Sabine Ceballos can come through with an RBI knock. Wildcats are going to chat things over on the hill. Dave Lawn, the associate head coach, in his 8th year with Arizona, is out to chat with the infield. Dave Lawn was the acting head coach for Arizona in a couple games during that series with the Ducks in Tucson. Chip Hale had gotten tossed in the Wildcats' previous game and did not coach in 2 of the games against the Ducks in Tucson. After the visit, Ceballos takes the ball up and away, 1-0. Runners at first and second. May throws over to second base as Shade was dancing off the bag. 1 run, 4 hits, an error, 3 left on for Arizona. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors, 1 runner left for the Ducks so far. 1-0 to Ceballos is up and away. 2 balls, no strikes. A right-hander is up in Arizona's bullpen. Hitters count 2-0. Ceballos sends a line drive, 1 hop to the second baseman, throw to first is in time to get him. White was playing shifted up the middle, Ceballos hit a one-hopper to him. And a 4-3 in the book to end the third. 1 run on 2 hits and an error. 2 runners left on for the Ducks. We're a third of the way through. Nothing's been decided. It's 1-1 as we head to the fourth on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Good evening, everyone. Ashley Gentry here with you inside the Learfield Network studios as we await first pitch between Oregon and Nebraska, the Big Ten tournament out in Oklahoma. Currently in a rain delay with no first pitch scheduled. So we'll continue on with our rain delay programming here on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Tanner Smith, Drew Smith, Jacob Walsh. 5, 6, 7 coming up. 2 double plays turned by Oregon's infield in 4 innings so far. Turner Spoljaric sure has done his job. He's been good for the Ducks. Now it's up to the offense, get something going against Aiden May. Ducks are 3 for 6 with 2 outs in this game. They've extended innings, but haven't been able to score anybody yet. Talking about double plays, the Ducks have also hit into a double play in this game. We've already seen 3 double plays turned in 7 total ups for the 2 teams. Tanner Smith takes the first pitch, ball low. 1-0. Tanner Smith takes the next one inside. 2-0. Hitters count. May to the plate. Smith fouls it. 2 balls and 1 strike. Still count leverage for the hitter. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Now 2-2. May coming back to even the count. Smith is Oregon's career leader in basically everything. Swings through the 2-2 and goes down hacking. Fouled it into the glove. Now Drew Smith coming up. Drew Smith now a 19-game hitting streak. New program record. He's gotten it going here in the postseason, and he swings at the first pitch and singles to center field. 2 hits for Drew Smith today. This one with 1 out after his hit in the second came with 2 away, and in steps Jacob Walsh. So Drew Smith is now hitting .414 on the season. Let's just hope that he can do that all of next year, too. Tied at 1 in the bottom of the 4th. Throw over, runner back in head first. Aiden May looks in. Still a right-hander up in Arizona's bullpen. Jacob Walsh takes the ball low and away, 1-0. Jacob Walsh had the best weekend of his season in Tucson as he bounces this one up the right side, foul. Walsh was named the Pac-12 Player of the Week after the Arizona series. He hit .533 in Tucson. Definitely deserving of that Player of the Week nod. Throw goes over to first, back in standing up Drew Smith. That was definitely the best series for Walsh this year. And he hits the 1-1 through the right side. A single for Walsh. Drew Smith going first to third on the knock, and the Ducks are in business here in the 4th. Here's Bennett Thompson. Oregon catcher. $13 for his last 19. And he takes low and away. Yesterday he went 1 for 4. He doubled in the 6th. Also had a sacrifice fly for the Ducks in the win over Washington. Runners at the corners. 1-0. Outside, good take from Oregon's catcher. 2-0. Actually, 13 for his last 20, technically, with the fly out earlier today. 2-0, and he hits this down the right side toward the foul line, and it bounces foul. 2-1. Has really been on a hot streak the last couple weeks. He flew out to center to start the 3rd. Now up with runners at the corners. Checks his swing on a pitch below the knees and called a strike by the home plate umpire. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got to protect the plate now with a runner at first, Jacob Walsh, and a runner at 3rd, Drew Smith. Tied at 1 in the bottom of the 4th. 2-2. Thompson checks his swing, and on the appeal, he went around. Strike 3. That was a close one. Bottom 4 now, 2 outs. Gavin Grant, the number 9 hitter, up. Grant was 4 for 5 yesterday. And he swings and hits the pitch in the air to right field. That's down. Ducks take the lead 2-1. Gavin Grant singles. Drew Smith scores. Walsh to 3rd. Couple scoring hits from the Ducks in the last 2 innings. Very similar to Shades. It wasn't pulverized off the bat of Grant. Just had enough to get enough air under it to get over the infield, and then it dropped in front of the outfielders. Now Dave Lawn, the associate head coach, pitching coach for Arizona, coming out to talk things over as the Ducks have taken the lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Riku Nishida is the hitter. Nishida has struck out and reached on a tough air call on a ball he hit hard to 3rd base. Looks like a right-hander is ready to go for Arizona in the bullpen. Ducks have scattered 6 hits against May. Last couple innings, starting to string them together a little bit more. Shade with an RBI knock. Grant with an RBI knock. Ducks lead 2-1 in the bottom of the 4th. Walsh at 3rd, Grant at 1st. May set at the belt. First pitch to Nishida. Inner half, strike 1. May's next pitch. Low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. May delivers. In for a strike. Delayed steal from Gavin Grant, and he advances to second base. Now 2 in scoring position with Riku Nishida and a 1-2 count. Now he's got to protect the plate. Nishida hits a high chopper toward the shortstop. Nishida beats it out. Everybody's safe. Walsh scores. That's what Riku Nishida can do. With 2 strikes, chops one high in the air. No play from the Arizona infield. Grant to third as Walsh scores. Nishida with an RBI. The Ducks lead 3-1 in the bottom of the 4th. McClary had no chance there. Nishida's speed, game-changing. 3-1 Ducks in the bottom of the 4th. Here's Colby Shade. Nishida races to second base. Catcher bluffs and throws the ball right back to the pitcher. Stolen base for Nishida. No chance for Splain to throw him out. It was in for a strike to Shade. 0-1. Grant at third, and Nishida now at second here in the bottom of the 4th. And now a pitch clock violation on May. 1-1. Shade will get a ball in his count. 2 outs, 2 in scoring position. 1-1 pitch. Shade swings through it. 1-2. Shade, a .340 hitter, has an RBI today. And he hits the 1-2 on the ground to the first baseman. Foot race to the bag, and Romero wins it. Shade grounds out, but the Ducks do some damage to take the lead. 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors, 2 left in scoring position. Ducks give Turner Spoljaric a lead. It's 3-1 as we head to the 5th on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Welcome back inside the Learfield Network studios. Ashley Gentry here with you ahead of Oregon versus Nebraska out in Omaha, the Big Ten tournament, and we are in a weather delay. Currently no start time for first pitch, and we will get back into our rain delay programming here on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Hintz is back to the hill for Arizona. Ducks were retired in order by him in the 5th inning. Now it's Drew Smith, Jacob Walsh, and Bennett Thompson facing the Wildcat right-hander. Bottom 6, we're tied at 3. Arizona with 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th, and 1 in the 6th. The Ducks with 1 in the 3rd and 2 in the 4th. Each team has 3 runs on 7 hits and an error. Arizona has really utilized the crooked number. Not just in this tournament, but really all year. The Ducks have done, I think, a good job to limit the damage. Credit to Turner Spoljaric. He bounced back after that leadoff inside the park home run. Drew Smith takes a strike from Hintz, 0-1. Wildcat fans have shown up, knew they would. About a 2-hour drive to Tucson from here. 0-1 in for a strike at the knees, make it 0-2. To Drew Smith, he's 2 for 2 in the game, the only Duck with multiple hits so far. Hintz bounces one in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Situational hitting always so critical. The Ducks are 5 for 10 with 2 outs. Arizona 1 for 6. Oregon is 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Wildcats are 2 of 7. Smith strikes out swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts dating back to the 5th. 1 away for Jacob Walsh. See if he can get a hold of one here. Walsh struck out swinging to end the 2nd, and he singled and later scored a run in the 4th. Tied at 3 here in the 6th. Walsh hits one a ton toward right center. Jacob Walsh gives the Ducks the lead. 4-3 Oregon in the bottom of the 6th on Jacob Walsh's 14th of the year. He got a hold of one. Oregon answers. Back in front, 4-3. Walsh hit that a long way. Now Bennett Thompson takes strike one. Ducks by one in the bottom of the sixth. The number 8 hitter Thompson at the plate with one out. Sends a slow hopper toward the left side. Barehand attempt by Bullard. Can't make it. And Thompson is aboard. Tough play for the third baseman to make. I think that'll be an infield hit for Thompson, but I've been wrong on 2 other scoring decisions tonight. That one I got right. Thompson singles to the third baseman. Here comes Gavin Grant. Grant now hitting .280. He was 4 for 5 yesterday, and he's 1 for 2 with an RBI tonight. Grant tries to put a bunt down, and he rolls it foul. Gavin Grant grounded out to his counterpart at second base in the third before singling to right and knocking in a run in the fourth. Swings and hits this one in the air to right. Backs up Corona a few steps, and the right fielder puts away out number 2. Here's Riku Nishida. Nishida's been on base twice. Reached on a tough air call in the third on a ball he hit hard to third, and then he singled on the infield on a high chopper that he put in play with 2 strikes. Scored a run on that play in the fourth. Infield and the catcher chat with Hintz on the hill. Dave Lawn doesn't come out of the Arizona dugout, though. Just a player conference before Riku Nishida hits. Thompson at first for the Ducks. Throw over sends him back. Delivery, bunt shown. Nishida pulls the bat back, and it's in the zone. Oh, 1. Throw over. Back in safe, barely. Whew. Close over there for Thompson. Nishida swings through the 0-1 to make it 0-2. Protecting the plate. Nishida hits a chopper toward the second base bag. McClary fields it on the second base bag, and Thompson out. It's a fielder's choice to end the inning. Jacob Walsh gives the Ducks the lead back. Solo blast from Oregon's first baseman, and it's 4-3 Ducks as we go to the 7th in the Pac-12 championship on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield. With Oregon leading 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th, Arizona is going to sophomore left-hander Eric Orloff, 6'3", out of Northbrook, Illinois. Orloff has a 4.15 earned run average. He's 2-0 in 23 appearances, and the Ducks have faced him before. Does have one save, In 21 2/3 innings pitched, he's given up 19 hits, 12 runs, 10 earned. He's walked 10 and struck out 26. Opponents earning .226 against Eric Orloff. He relieves Casey Hintz, who goes 2 1/3, 2 hits, 1 run, no walks, and 2 strikeouts for Hintz. Drew Cowley will be the first hitter against Orloff. The Ducks did face Orloff, and they got to him a little bit in the Saturday game in Tucson. He didn't get an out. Gave up a hit and a walk. Ultimately, 2 runs on his ledger. He walked Tanner Smith, and he gave up a hit to Jacob Walsh in Tucson. Drew Cowley takes the first pitch strike, 0-1. And that was the only time that the Ducks faced him this year. And he hits Drew Cowley in the shoulder. Ducks have a base runner, trying to add to the 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Sabine Ceballos is 0 for 3. Strikeout, ground out, fly out for Ceballos. First pitch to him is low. 1-0. Feels like after Anderson struck out Romero with the bases loaded in the top half of this 7th inning, if the Ducks could get a run or two here, really put the momentum in Oregon's favor. Throw over sends back Cowley. 1 on with 1 out. Ceballos. Ready as Orloff throws over to first again. Cowley is 6 for 6, stealing bases on the season. Inside, Ceballos takes. 2 balls and no strikes. Ceballos has had so many big games for the Ducks, but maybe none bigger than last night. He knocked in half of Oregon's 12 runs. It was 3 for 6 with 6 RBIs and 2 runs scored himself in the win over Washington in the Pac-12 semifinals. Another throw over sends back Cowley. And then he hit the go-ahead home run in the 10th inning to break a 6-6 tie with Stanford a couple days ago. 2-0, runs inside and hits Ceballos. Back-to-back hit batters, and the Ducks have 2 men on in the 7th for Tanner Smith. Smith 0 for 3. Ground out and a couple of strikeouts so far. See if Oregon can add to the lead. It's 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Smith's been good the last few days. Overall has had a nice Pac-12 tournament. A hit yesterday and a run scored. 2 for 5 a couple days ago. And he swings at the first pitch and hits one to center. Bounces down. Throw to the plate. Up the line. Cowley slides in safe. Ducks add to the lead. It's 5-3 in the bottom of the 7th. I think a good throw would have gotten Cowley, but it was just up the first base line a bit. Tanner Smith with an RBI. Another one that the Ducks didn't exactly crush, but had enough to bounce in front of the outfielder and score a run. And Arizona is going to go to the bullpen again. A Toyota pitching change after 2 hit batters and an RBI knock. The Ducks add to the lead. It's 5-3 in the bottom of the 7th. 1 out and still 2 men on here on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield. Back with you in Omaha. Joey Mack here, just checking in on what's been happening. Still continuing to rain. They've got the squeegee rollers out on the tarp. I think that's a good sign, but there's still some rainfall coming down here in Omaha. My thanks to Ashley Gentry for holding it down in the OSN studios. We'll continue to have updates for you as we get them. Still no first pitch time. The Ducks and Huskers are inside their clubhouses waiting this first pitch to be thrown, and we'll see when the first pitch does come. There's a good steady rainfall, though, that will continue here in Omaha, at least for a bit longer. In the meantime, we've got some continuing delay programming for you as we're reliving another conference tournament. Also, some Oregon baseball regional action to relive a few great postseason memories for Duck baseball. We'll continue with the Pac-12 tournament title game and keep you updated from Omaha as we await the start here in the Big Ten tournament between Oregon and Nebraska. To the ninth, Oregon in front of Arizona 5-4 in the Pac-12 championship game. Matt Dallas is back to the hill for the Ducks. He's through an inning. He gave up a solo home run in the eighth. Looking to close it out here in the ninth. Arizona did get a couple home runs against him when they faced him in the 8-5 win for the Ducks on Sunday. It completed the sweep for the Ducks. And we are going to see a pinch hitter for Arizona, Tyler Casagrande, in the number 9 spot for Garen Caulfield. First pitch swinging, pops it up, foul ground, left side, Ceballos puts it away. One pitch and one out, now the top of the order, Mac Bingham. Wildcats hit 3 home runs against Dallas in 1 2/3. Back in Tucson in that Sunday game. Now Dallas and the Ducks 2 outs away. It's 5-4 Oregon in the top of the ninth. Here's Mac Bingham. Dallas delivers a strike. A .370 hitter, Mac Bingham. 10 home runs this year. Dallas's pitch swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Ducks leading 5-4 here in Scottsdale. Bingham, grounder to the shortstop. Cowley's throw in time. 2 outs. It's up to Nick McClary. Wildcats are down to their last out with the Ducks leading 5-4 in the ninth. Righty versus righty. McClary, a .333 hitter with 4 home runs this year. Dallas gets a first pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Base is empty with 2 outs in the ninth. 0-1 pitch. Check swing on the appeal. He went. It's 0-2 to McClary. Ducks leading 5-4 in the top of the ninth inning. Dallas with 2 outs, the 0-2. Blowing away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. McClary lays off a good pitch from Dallas. Dallas set for the 1-2. Blowing away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Base is empty in the ninth for the Wildcats. 2 away for the senior McClary. Dallas is 2-2. Ground ball up the left side and foul. McClary waits. Dallas set, 2-2 toss. Just a bit low. Three balls and 2 strikes to McClary, with Chase Davis, the conference leader in home runs, waiting on deck. 2 outs, the 3-2. Ground ball toward the middle. Seeing eye single. McClary aboard to extend the game. Grant slid behind second base in shallow center. Had no chance to throw out McClary. And now Chase Davis comes up. The last time he faced Matt Dallas, he homered. "21 home runs this year for Davis. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Go-ahead run at the plate. First pitch just misses. 1 ball and no strikes to Chase Davis. Oregon leading 5-4 in the top of the 9th. A runner at first. 1-0, big swing and a miss. Davis chased a high delivery there from Dallas, and it's 1-1. McClary away from first with 2 outs. 1-1 to Davis. Popped up in the air toward left field. Betcher under it. Betcher makes the catch. The Ducks are Pac-12 champions. 5-4 the final. Davis flies out. Oregon gets the automatic bid to the NCAA tournament. "5-4 final. Turner Spoljaric, Austin Anderson, Matt Dallas combine on the hill for a great performance. Jacob Walsh with a big home run to break a 3-3 tie. An insurance run knocked in by the senior Tanner Smith. Ducks take down the Wildcats in Scottsdale 5-4, and Oregon goes 4-0 in the Pac-12 tournament. The Ducks are the conference champs. Oh, what a fun memory in one conference tournament a couple years back. Now trying to win a Big Ten conference tournament, and we await the start for the Ducks' second game here in Omaha. Big Ten baseball tournament continuing after Oregon's win over Michigan State in the first game. Now the Ducks hoping to play a second game today. Rain is still falling. The tarp's on the field. They've got the roller squeegees out and some fans to keep the dirt underneath the tarp dried out. We await an announcement on a first pitch time for the Ducks and the Huskers here coming up in Omaha. Boy, fun to relive that Pac-12 tournament title, though. Winning 4 and getting into the NCAA tournament with the automatic bid, pretty special. Ducks have already won the regular season title in the Big Ten this year, first regular season conference title for the Ducks in the modern era. Now hoping to add another conference tournament title to the trophy case this season. Hopefully getting a game in tonight. Oregon and Nebraska awaiting an announcement on first pitch time as Mother Nature has let loose some rain here in Omaha. Well, that concludes our first delay programming. Our next delay programming is we'll stick on the baseball theme from not long ago, the 2024 Baseball Regionals against UC Santa Barbara. This was a fun matchup, and the Ducks
One out, no one on. Kinsey Fiedler now steps to the plate. She grounded to short her first time up. Lefty hitter against the righty Ball. Nebraska with a 2-1 lead, bottom of the third. One out, no one on. Jordy's first one. Fiedler takes the change up. Heart of the plate at the knees. Called a strike 0-1. Greetings to Josh Perlinger, listening to us from Colorado Springs. We've got plenty of folks out in the mountains listening to us apparently tonight. 0-1 the count with one out. Ball delivers. Fiedler lines to left center field, down for a hit. Squire quickly to her left to cut it off, but Fiedler around first, and now she hits the brakes, and she'll hang on with a single. Good job by Abby Squire to get out there to left center field and cut that ball off before it got all the way into the gap. So she holds Fiedler to a single instead of a double. Runner at first with one out, and the batter is Savia Morgan. She struck out her first time up. Morgan, a freshman from Columbia, Tennessee. The right-hander Ball winds and deals, and Morgan swings and misses on the first one. Strike one. Savia Morgan came in with hits in 12 of her last 13 games, hitting .429 in the run. But the Huskers got her out with a strikeout the first time she came up. Ball to the wind, her 0-1. Morgan swings, and it's a little flare, shallow left. In comes Squire to make the catch. 2 gone here in the bottom of the third. Huskers 2, Tennessee 1. Bottom of the third in Knoxville. Game 2 of the Super Regional will be tomorrow at 4 p.m. We'll have pregame coverage starting at 3:45 here on the Huskers Radio Network. 2 outs, runner at first, the batter McKenna Gibson. Righty to righty, Ball delivers the first one, and Gibson on a changeup drives it deep down the left field line, but foul and out of play, strike one. Gibson gave that one a ride, though. Gibson was a second-team All-American 2 years ago. She was first-team All-Southeastern Conference sophomore year and junior year. She's had a decent senior year, but has been held back by an upper body injury. She missed a couple weeks with it. 1 on, 2 out, the 0-1. Runner not going. Pitch is high for a ball. And the count at 1-1 to Gibson. Tennessee 4th in the Southeastern Conference, 68th in the country, with 71 stolen bases. So it's a part of the menu, though not a huge part. 2-1 Nebraska, bottom of the third. 1 on, 2 outs. Ball to the wind, her 1-1. Gibson grounds towards second. Kamenson walks to her left, gobbles it up, and throws to first in time, and the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left on. We go to the 4th, where Hannah Kamenson, Bacon, and Squire are due to hit. That's 5, 6, and 7 in the Huskers.
Huskers out at Old Rocky Top in Knoxville. Huskers and Volunteers game 1 of the Tennessee Super Regional. Huskers back on top in Tennessee. And again, you're listening to bonus coverage of Nebraska softball here back in Omaha. They're putting up the squeegees. And I don't know if that means we're going to have some tarp liftage here in a minute. That would be the ideal scenario. It is still raining. Not hard, but consistently. It's been going for almost 2 hours now. And we do have some pooling of water now on the foul lines, on the warning tracks, on the left field and the right field side. Has some standing water, but the good news is we have a small village of fields crewmen out there working on the field and getting this thing ready to go for play here tonight. Again, if you're just joining us, expecting about between an 8 and 8:30 start is my guess when that rain is lifted. And one more good news, the skies are significantly lighter out to the west from what we're seeing right now. And so that tells us that hopefully a break in the precipitation. So for now, both teams hanging out in the clubhouses and relaxing ahead of this one between Nebraska and Oregon. Until then, enjoy more bonus coverage. Huskers softball in the postseason. Back to our main man, Nate Rohr.
Game 1 of the Super Regional. You win the Super Regional. And if you'll recall, Nebraska's prior 2 appearances in Supers in 2013, the Huskers shocked Oregon, the Pac-12 regular season champions, on their home field with a Game 1 win. Then in 2014, when the Huskers went down to the Rhodes House in Tuscaloosa, the Huskers lost that game, though they had a lead in it, ended up losing the Super Regional. A Husker hello to Kenlyn Johannes, listening in from Lakeland, Florida. Also say hi to Deb Boleyn, trying to dry off after a wet state track meet up in Omaha. Watch some Thayer Central kids compete. And also hi to Ken Herring. He's waiting out the rain delay at Charles Schwab Field. We're ready to go. Top of the 4th. Nebraska 2, Tennessee 1. Hannah Kamensen leads off against Pickens. And the right-hander's first one. Kamensen swings, lifts one to center. Fairly deep. Fiedler all the way back. It's gone! Home run, Hannah Kamensen. 3-1, Nebraska. A towering drive over the fence, just to the right of straightaway center field. That is just the 6th home run Pickens has given up this year. Hannah Kamensen attacked the first pitch and clocked it out of here. And now the Huskers lead it by 2. The batter, Bella Bacon, she struck out looking her first time up. The line, Pickens' first one. Bacon is hit by the pitch on the leg. And she is skipping down to first. Carlin Pickens, as we said, has given up 6 home runs this year. One of them was to Jordy Ball in the season opener. One of them was just a moment ago to Hannah Kamensen. And now Megan Rhodes-Smith has gone out to the circle to try and settle in Carlin Pickens as the Husker faithful gathered to our right make their presence known. Nebraska with a 3-1 lead. We are in the top of the 4th inning. Hi to Charlie Schroeder, listening with us at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Our understanding is it's going to be a while before they start playing baseball in downtown Omaha, Nebraska and Oregon. So those of you expecting to hear the baseball game, well, hang with us. We've got softball for you now. Abby Squire to the plate. First one to her. Squire swings and pops it up towards short. Mueller to her left now comes in and makes the catch just off of second base. One gone. And Squire is 0 for 2. Nebraska 3, Tennessee 1. We're in the top of the 4th. Home run number 107 on the year for the Huskers. One out and a runner at first for Bredwell, who takes upstairs 1-0. Nebraska 107 home runs. Second in the country, or second in the conference, 5th in the country in home runs. And they add to the total tonight. Now the 1-0. Big cut and a miss for Bredwell. Strike one, we're even at 1. This is a record-setting Nebraska offense. Already set the school record in home runs, extra base hits, and runs scored. And they are on pace to set the school records for batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging percentage. The 1-1, Bredwell takes in the dirt for a ball, now 2-1. Bacon at first, 1 out. We're in the top of the 4th. Nebraska with a 3-1 lead on Tennessee. Game 1 of the Super Regional. Huskers with a run in the 1st, 3rd, and 4th innings. Now the 2-1. Big cut and a miss by Bredwell for a strike. And the count is 2-2. Ava was trying to hit that thing over the train track in left center. Came up empty. 2-2 to Bredwell. The wind, Pickens delivers. Bredwell fouls straight over our heads. out of play. Still 2-2. We are stationed just to the right of home plate. Not a huge radio booth here in Knoxville, but perfectly sufficient. Very nice place to watch a game. 2-2 the count. The pitch. Bredwell swings and misses on a changeup. Strike 3. Now 7 strikeouts tonight for Pickens. There are 2 out here in the top of the 4th inning, and Lauren Kamensen will step to the plate. Lauren struck out swinging her first time up. Bacon at first, 2 outs, 3-1 Huskers. Top of the 4th, the pitch. Kamensen fouls. Straight back, strike 1, 0-1. This was a Tennessee team that didn't exactly race through the tape at the end of the regular season. They lost 5 of their last 8 games, starting with a midweek game against Clemson. Pickens to the line, the 0-1, and that's a rise ball too high to Kamensen, 1-1. Now Clemson is in the Super Regionals and beat Texas last night, so that's not an easy bunch to take on. They lost to Clemson, then won 2 of 3 from Ole Miss. The pitch, that's a rise ball all the way back to the screen. Bacon trying for second. The throw is not in time. Bacon slides in safely. They're going to review this. Somehow Bacon got in under the tag, but how about that throw from Nugent? She played that backstop just perfectly and gunned it to second. And under normal circumstances, that's a sure thing advance to second base, but Nugent played that so well. She was right in position, came up throwing, and I think Bacon was safe. I'm going to go look at the live video. I think she got in under the tag, but boy, it was much closer than it should have been. And I don't think that's any fault of Bacon's. It was just a terrific throw by the catcher, Nugent. Count is 2-1. And Tennessee is using their review. We're looking at a replay now. And it does not look like the tag got on Bacon's lead leg. Bacon slid in with her right leg outstretched straight. It does not look like that tag made contact with that leg. It looks like the first contact of the tag was on the bent left leg, which was only tagged after Bacon had slid into second base. And it will be very tough, I think, to find video evidence that shows that tag getting on that stretched out right leg before she touches the bag at second. They're looking at it now. Count is 2-1 to Lauren Kamensen, but if they reverse this, the inning would be over. We're talking about the rough finish for Tennessee down the stretch. The Lady Vols lost to Clemson in the midweek, won 2 of 3 from Ole Miss, then lost 2 of 3 from Texas A&M, and then lost to Arkansas. So they went in 2 regionals kind of stumbling. They were one and done at the SEC tournament. They ended up winning all 3 games at regionals and fairly easily. They continue to look at it. I think the umpires are reviewing it down the third baseline. But the views we've gotten up here, I don't think there is a good view that would say that the tag was put on that right leg before it hit the bag. The umpires are emerging. Here's the call, and this is a biggie.
At the further review, the ruling on the field is upheld.
Yes. Yes. So Bacon advances to second on the wild pitch. You can hear what the folks in Knoxville think about it, but I think it's the right call. Count is 2-1 to Lauren Kamensen. 2 outs, runner at second. Pickens delivers. And that's way high and all the way back to the screen, and this time Bacon's staying at second. Count is 3-1, but I don't think Bella Bacon's going to take off again on a rise ball like that. Not with how well Nugent played that ball off the backstop. Now Pickens 3-1. That's a fastball down and in. Ball 4 in. The Huskers have 2 on with 2 outs for Jordy Ball. Second walk of the game by Pickens. She's also hit a batter. And the batter, Jordy Ball, she drew a walker last time up after a single to left. 3-1 Nebraska. Top of the 4th. Run already in. First pitch from Pickens. Ball swings and skies a pop-up. Shallow left center. Mueller, the shortstop of the call. And the left fielder coming in. Drop the ball. It lands for a hit. Now the throw home is wide. Cammonson scores. Ball into third. A 2-run miracle for the Huskers here in the top of the 4th inning. 5-1 Nebraska. That ball was popped up into shallow left center. The shortstop, Mueller, was coming out. Morgan, the left fielder, was racing in. Ultimately, Morgan took charge, called for the ball, and dropped it. And with that, the run with Bacon scored easily. Cammonson was rounding third. Looked like she was dead to rights, except the throw home was wild. So a 3-run inning for Nebraska here in the top of the 4th. And this might be the end of the road for Pickens. We do not have a great view of the bullpen, but the home plate umpire, Susan Eads, has signaled that Tennessee has made a change. Well. 5-1 Nebraska, top of the 4th. And they have summoned their second pitcher, Sage Marjetko, one of the best number 2 pitchers in the country. Right now, she's just trying to put a tourniquet on this thing as the Huskers have posted a 3 spot here in the top of the 4th inning. So Marjetko getting loose. The right-hander, a sophomore from Lamont, Illinois, started her college career at South Carolina. Record of 12-2, a 2.41 ERA and 25 appearances, including 9 in relief. She has thrown 90 innings and allowed 53 hits, 31 runs, 31 earned, walked 34, struck out 116. Opponents hitting 168 against her. Would you believe this? Because of the tough play for the left fielder, they are scoring that. A double for Jordy Ball, then to third on the air by the pitcher Pickens. So Ball remains perfect at the plate. They always say it's better to be lucky than good, but when you're good, you get lucky. And I think it's safe to say Jordy Ball got lucky there. She'll get credit for 1 RBI. The throwing error was on the pitcher Pickens. And that allowed the second runner, Lauren Cammonson, to score. So Nebraska with a 5-1 lead. We're in the top of the 4th. The batter is Samantha Bland. She's 1 for 2 today. An RBI double to right and a pop up to first. First pitch changeup from Marjetko. Misses low. Ball 1. 2 more 2-out runs for Nebraska. They've done a great job of scoring with 2 outs in the tournament. The pitch at 1 hops up there and hits Bland on the leg. So Samantha Bland is plunked by the pitch, and Nebraska has runners first and third with 2 outs for Ava Cusack. Ava 0 for 2 strikeouts, but that was against Pickens. Perhaps the new pitcher out there gives her some new life. 5-1, Nebraska leads Tennessee, top of the 4th. Runners first and third, 2 outs. The first one down and in, almost hit Cusack on the foot. Ball 1. But Nebraska this inning with 2 2-out runs. In fact, 3 of the Huskers' 5 runs have come with 2 outs. So that means 21 of 37 runs have come with 2 outs in the NCAA tournament for the Huskers. Time called. Again, Megan Rhodes Smith is out there in the circle to try and settle down Sage Marjetko. She was very good in her start Sunday against Ohio State through 5 2-hit shutout innings. Allowed just 2 walks and struck out 5. In her last 7 games, 4-0, 184.
Squad wants to really tax either Cole Triba or Jackson Flora, who have thrown a ton this weekend. It's going to be a lot of unfamiliar faces.
Number 27, Chase Magers.
Behind Reed Mooring for UCSB. Oregon looking to touch up Mooring, and it starts with Chase Magers. Runner on first and 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. Magers watches a breaking ball find the top of the zone, 0-1. Mooring utilized his curveball to his success in his at-bat against Jacob Walsh yesterday. Throw over to Mason DeVille. Bounces and is picked out by Trimble. No balls and a strike to Chase Magers, who bunted over Mason DeVille in the first inning and then struck out swinging in the 3rd. The 0-1, Magers fouls it right back. 0-2. Oregon scored in the first inning with a Mason DeVille walk. Sacrifice over by Magers, and then a Drew Smith RBI single. Ducks added their second run with a Bryce Betcher 2-out walk, wild pitch advancement, and a Mason DeVille RBI single. Now the 0-2 to Magers, flown down the left side. Bermuda's Triangle down the left field line. It's the third baseman in foul ground, Darby, who makes the play over his shoulder to secure out number 3 in the 5th. Oregon adds 1 more in the inning to double up the lead off of the RBI single. DeVille left stranded on first base. 2-0 Ducks when we return on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Welcome back inside the Learfield Network studios. Joey Mack out in Oklahoma awaiting some updates on first pitch start time for Oregon versus Nebraska here in the Big Ten tournament. While we wait updates, we'll keep it rolling with our delay programming. Ryan Milano with the call with Oregon versus UC Santa Barbara in the 2024 regionals.
2-0 Ducks in front, headed to the top of the 7th. Kevin Sider back to work. He's got Jessica Brown, Aaron Parker, and Nick Oakley, the 3-4-5 slated to hit for UCSB. Kevin Sider throughout this game yet to allow a runner past first base. He's allowed 4 base runners. Jessica Brown was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He was stranded there. Ivan Bredauer was hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning. He was stranded on first. Jessica Brown singled to lead off the 4th. Then Sider rolled up the next batter into a 6-4-3 double play. Ivan Bredauer walked and another double play. Now Jessica Brown watches ball 1 away. Kevin Sider enters this inning at 70 pitches through 6. Jessica Brown, the only guy for UCSB who hasn't been out today, hit by a pitch and a single. The 1-0 to Sider. Another breaking ball misses away. 2-0. In fact, only 2 Gauchos have seen their way aboard. Bredauer, he's reached on 2 free passes. He's 0 for 1. And Brown, he's 1 for 1 with a hit by pitch and a single. The 2-0 from Sider at the bottom of the zone turns the count to 2-1. The 2-1 offering from Kevin Sider is bounced off of the ankle of Jessica Brown for a foul ball, 2-2. Sider incredibly efficient through the first 4, still pretty efficient through the 5th and 6th. 11 pitches in the first, 8 in the second, 10 in the third, 8 in the fourth, 17 in the fifth, and 16 in the sixth. Siders 2-2 to Brown. Check swing, it hits off the knob of his bat. And actually, no, the home plate umpire is going to say it hit him in the hand, and he'll be awarded first. Sounded to me like it hit off the knob. Trainer for UCSB going to check on Jessica Brown. Mark Wazakowski coming out to talk with Dave Sauchi, the home plate umpire. It was a check swing for Brown, and the initial sound that it made really made me believe that it hit off the knob of his bat. But they will say that it's the third hit by pitch issued by Sider today. And the leadoff man is on for UCSB. Looking at a replay, I was wrong. It did hit him on the wrist. They will go to replay, actually, to review it. Waz is going to challenge it. The replay that I saw looked like it caught him on the wrist. So that's why it was an awkward sound. It still hit something hard. Instead, it just hit bone as Jessica Brown is continuing to open up and clinch that hand, the right hand, try to get some feeling back in it. Yeah, it definitely hit wrist or forearm of Brown. It seemed to me like it's the right call from Dave Sauchi. A reminder that Duck Baseball is brought to you by Pacific Source Health Plans, providing health coverage that strives to go beyond what's required for members. Here's the call. It hit him. He's awarded first. Duck Baseball also sponsored by Pepsi, distributed by locally owned Bigfoot Beverages, proud supporters of the Oregon Ducks. Go Ducks.
And catcher,
drink Pepsi.
Number 7, Aaron Parker.
Jessica Brown led off the fourth inning with a single. Aaron Parker grounded into a 6-4-3 double play behind him.
Hey, one time, now one time.
Sider comes home to Parker. Breaking ball skied to shallow center. Betra trotting in. He settles underneath out number 1. Brown has to retreat back to first. Aaron Parker, who has been the best hitter for the Gauchos throughout this region. He was .500 coming into today. Had 6 hits in his first 12 at-bats. 0 for 3 today. That'll bring up Nick Oakley. He's bounced out to Jacob Walsh and flown out to Maddox Maloney, the left-handed second baseman in the box. Sider comes home. Breaking ball on the outside for strike 1. Sider's 0-1 offering. Swing and a miss on another breaking ball. Oakley went fishing for a ball in the dirt as Sider's ahead 0-2. 1 out in the top of the 7th. Ducks up 2-0. Runner on first for Santa Barbara. Sider to this point through 6 1/3 has only allowed 1 hit. It was an infield single to Jessica Brown. He's ahead 0-2 to Oakley. Sider comes home. Gets a swing and a miss on another breaking ball. Back foot breaker, and Oakley went down for it. Strikeout number 4 for Kevin Sider. 2 down here in the top of the 7th inning. Brown stays at first base as Jonas Sebring.
Center fielder, number 19.
He's 0 for 2 today.
Sebring.
Ground out to Maloney and a ground out to Jacob Walsh. Sider makes a move over to first. Brown dives back in. Throw was a little bit up the line towards right field. Jacob Walsh had to leap over the dive of Jessica Brown to keep it from going back into foul territory. Athletic play from the first baseman. Sider comes home. He gets a fly ball on the infield. Carter Garate calling it off, straddling the foul line, halfway in between home and third base. Carter Garate squeezes out number 3. Kevin Sider through 7 frames still hasn't allowed a runner past first. Leadoff hit by pitch stranded there. Oregon in front 2-0 against UC Santa Barbara. Bottom of the 7th inning. If Oregon wins, they'll head to the Super Regionals for the 2nd consecutive year. Unless something dramatic happens in College Station, that will be the destination for Oregon. Texas A&M up 7-1 in the 8th. Reed Morin back on for the Gauchos. He's got Jacob Walsh, Maddox Maloney, and Carter Garate. The 3 due up in the inning. Moring's first pitch to Walsh misses inside, 1-0. The 1-0 to Walsh, misses tight, 2 balls and no strikes. Moring wasn't very accurate in the last inning, but yet he still was able to sit down the Ducks in order. The 2-0 to Walsh, cut on and missed. Two balls and a strike now from Moring. The 2-1, Walsh gets a hold of it. Fly ball deep to right center. Jacob Walsh with a solo home run. Number 18 on the season, number 40 on the career, and Jacob Walsh sits atop the Oregon single-season home run record book. Ties Sabine Ceballos with 18 blasts. Oregon in front 3-0. Jacob Walsh, he's been on a cold streak as of late. Coach Wazakowski moved him down in the order, and from the 6th spot, Jacob Walsh clears the fences. Now Maddox Maloney watches strike 1. Walsh expands his all-time career home run record to 40 big flies. The 0-1 to Maloney is lined into the glove of the first baseman Trimble, who had to leap to snare it.
Number 3, Carter Garate.
Here comes Carter Garate. He watches the ball low and inside. It had been since the 4th of May for Jacob Walsh between home runs, as the 1-0 finds the inside, turns the count to 1-1. Just under a month between home runs for Walsh, but he breaks the spell. Garade drives the 1-1 into center field, base hit. Carter Garade's first hit of the day, and he continues to have a strong regional.
Number 28, Bryce Fetcher.
You can start to feel some momentum trending in Oregon's favor. As now UC Santa Barbara is going to have a mound visit, and the Ducks will drive out Reed Mooring. Jacob Walsh, the solo home run to tie the single-season record. Expands his career record to 40. Puts the Ducks in front 3-0. And with one out in the inning and a runner on first, Santa Barbara's going back to the bullpen. Toyota pitching change when we return on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Welcome back once again inside the Learfield Network studios. Oregon versus Nebraska out in Omaha for the Big Ten tournament, and we are currently in a weather delay. No start time announced as of yet. Joey Mack out in Oklahoma waiting for some updates, but we will continue with our rain delay programming. Ryan Milano on the call for the 2024 regionals, Oregon versus UC Santa Barbara.
3-0 Ducks in front. Oregon is 3 outs away from their second consecutive super. Kevin Sider returns to the hill, looking to finish what he started. He's got 2, 3, and 4 in the Gaucho order. Xander Darby, Jessica Brown, Aaron Parker.
Leading off for the Gauchos, third baseman, number 12, Xander Darby.
First pitch just misses low and away. Close pitch to Darby. 1-0. Darby's 0 for 3 today. The 1-0 on the inside for strike one. Darby struck out swinging in the first, flew out to end the third, grounded into a 5-4-3 double play to end the sixth. The 101st pitch of Sider's outing misses low and away. 2-1. Sider's 2-1. Fouled into the glove of Neggers, 2-2. Kevin Sider has only allowed 2 hits through the first 8 innings. 6 base runners, no one has gotten past first. Sider's 2-2 is spoiled. Darby got a piece of the breaking ball. Carter Garade moves into the shift on the right side of second with the lefty and a 2-strike count. The 2-2 part 2. Fouled off behind the plate, out of play. Sider's pitch count by inning, 11 in the first, 8 in the second, 10 in the third, 8 in the fourth, 17 in the fifth, 16 in the sixth, 10 in the seventh, and 18 in the eighth. Two again. Line foul down the right side. Darby's fouled off 3 straight 2-2 pitches. It's the 2-3-4 in the order for UCSB. The 2-2 line down the right side into Oregon's bullpen foul. Doesn't look like anyone's throwing for Oregon. Nor should they. Kevin Sider has been excellent. The 2-2 once more. Line down the left side. Arrows retreating back. He stops to reel it in a few steps in front of the track. 2 outs away. That brings up Jessida Brown. The only guy that Kevin Sider hasn't been able to get out today.
Number 3, Jessida Brown.
Brown responsible for 3 of the 6 base runners the Gauchos have had. 1 of the 2 hits. He's also been hit twice. He watches a strike for strike 1. Off speed. Right over the heart. The 0-1 from Sider misses away. 1-1. The 1-1 offering from Sider. Cut on and missed. Brown triggered early on the breaking ball. His 1-2. On the outside corner, strike 3. 6th strikeout for Kevin Sider. Sits down Jessida Brown for the first time today. Oregon is 1 out away from taking down the Santa Barbara Regional. Aaron Parker, the only man in Kevin Sider's way. First pitch just misses low. The 1-0 pitch from Sider. On the outside, strike 1. The 1-1 home. Misses low and away. 2 balls and a strike. Kevin Sider north of his season high in pitches. He's up to 114. Two balls and a strike on Parker. Sider deals. Swing and a miss. Oregon is a strike away. The 2-2. Check swing. Did not go. Count fills to Parker. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ducks up 3-0 in the 9th. Kevin Sider started this ball game. Kevin Sider's a strike away from finishing it. The payoff. Grounded to the left side into center field. Past the dive of Maloney. Just the third hit allowed by Sider. All of them have been ground balls. That one, the hardest hit of them all, still just found a hole. Now it's Nick Oakley.
Now batting for the Gauchos, second baseman, number 2, Nick Oakley.
Oakley 0 for 3 today. Sider comes home. Finds strike one on the outside corner of the lefty. The 0-1. Misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Go Nick. Go kid.
Sider's 1-1. Foul down the left side. A ball and 2 strikes. Once again, the Ducks a strike away. Sider in command. The 1-2. Fouled. Oakley just caught a piece to shoot it the opposite way. Oregon won all 3 games of their regional last year to take down Nashville. The Ducks a strike away from doing the same here in Santa Barbara. Time called by the home plate umpire, Chase Meggers. Needs a fresh pitch count. The suspense builds. A look in on College Station. Texas A&M up 8, and they're 2 outs away. Meggers is set behind the plate. Sider set on the hill. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sider deals. Misses low, 2-2. Runner on first base. No Gaucho has gotten past that bag tonight. The 2-2 from Sider. Grounded to the right side. Into right field past Jacob Walsh. Runner goes first to third, and the Gauchos put runners on the corners. That'll bring the tying run to the plate. Another ground ball just squirted past Jacob Walsh. Now it's Jonah Sebring. Sider up to 123 pitches. Originally, it looked like the infield was going to converge on Sider. They took a few steps, and then everyone went back to their positions.
Now batting for the Gauchos, center fielder, number 19, Jonah C3.
Aaron Parker, the first batter that's gotten past, base runner that's gotten past first base today for UCSB. Runners on first and third with 2 outs. Jonah Sebring is 0 for 3 at the plate. First pitch from Sider. Misses away. 1-0. Now here comes Coach Hawksworth out to the hill. Brockmore starting to get loose in Oregon's bullpen. He just got up. Kevin Sider today has thrown 8 2/3 shutout innings. He's allowed 2 ground ball singles here with 2 outs in the 9th. And UCSB does have the tying run at the plate. The Ducks have been a strike away from the Supers twice. Coach Hawksworth leaves the hill and leaves Kevin Sider out there. It's a 1-0 count to Jonah Sebring. Runners on the corners with 2 down. Sider's 1-0. Runs inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Come on, Jonah.
Kevin Sider's 2-0. In the zone for strike 1. Kevin Sider has been masterful tonight. 1 out away. The 2-1 toss. Flown foul down the left side, out of play. 2-2. For the 3rd consecutive batter, UCSB is down to their final strike.
Go, John, go, kid.
3-0 the score, 2 on with 2 out. 2-2 count.
Go, go.
Sider deals. Swing and a miss! For the 2nd consecutive year, Oregon is headed to the Super Regionals. Off the back of a complete game shutout from Kevin Sider. 3-0 Oregon wins. The Ducks take down the 14 seed Santa Barbara. And just like last year in Nashville, the unseeded Ducks make their way to the Supers. Masterful effort from Kevin Sider on the bump.
Game 6. Our final score is
Oregon's pitching all week. Nails. Oregon is feeling super.
Ducks are hoping to feel super again this year as we relive a few postseason memories. Heard the Pac-12 tournament title game from a couple years ago, that the regional championship game last year that sent the Ducks to Texas A&M Super Regionals for back-to-back seasons. Ryan Milano had the call. Ashley Gentry back in the OSN studio and I were just reminiscing about that season and what the Ducks have put together so far this year. They don't have to likely go on the road for a regional win. Hoping to have that at PK Park this year as the Ducks continue this postseason run here in Omaha in the Big Ten tournament. The Ducks will hope to then host a regional and perhaps a super regional at PK Park. That's all still in front of them. The most important thing right now is to just win this Big Ten tournament game. If you're just joining us and you're wondering why you've been reliving a couple Oregon baseball memories, well, it's because that there is still rain falling here in Omaha. The good news is, though, it's lightened up and the tarp is now starting to dry out a little bit. As I look down at the puddles that are on the track near the Oregon dugout down the third base line, there's no more drops falling in those puddles. There will still be some necessary field maintenance, and they'll continue to dry things out. We're still a ways away from throwing the first pitch, but the forecast is improving here in Omaha. That's a good sign. We'll have some more updates for you as things continue here in Omaha. The Ducks hoping to throw the first pitch against the Cornhuskers of Nebraska here coming up in just a little while. I can tell you that about an hour ago it was very, very dark and gray overhead. Now there's some sun shining through here at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. We'll go back to another great memory from that Pac-12 tournament championship game, reliving some Oregon baseball postseason memories as the Ducks try to make some more postseason memories this year. More updates from Omaha coming as our delay continues here in the Big Ten tournament on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield. Arizona with a 1-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the third inning. Bennett Thompson, Gavin Grant, and Riku Nishida to the plate. 8-9-1 for the Ducks against Aiden May. Wildcats are out hitting the Ducks 4-1. Thought coming into this game with the way that both teams have been taxed on the mound, maybe Oregon more so than Arizona, could be a lot of runs scored. But so far, Spoljaric and May have, for the most part, kept the offenses in check. Bennett Thompson looks at ball one, 1-0. Thompson, the sophomore, hitting .383. And Todd Miles and I were talking about this pregame. 1-0 to Thompson. He hits it in the air towards center. Bingham backing up a few steps. Center fielder makes the catch. Bennett Thompson now has been at bat 82 times, and he has 14 doubles. To put that in context, Riku Nishida has been at bat 227 times, and he has 14 doubles. The doubles to at-bat ratio for Bennett Thompson is very high. Gavin Grant swings at the first pitch, chops one to the middle of the diamond, right where the second baseman was playing. And the throw is in time from White. Two outs, bases empty. In steps Riku Nishida. Dusts off the plate. Now he's ready in the lefty box against May. Pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Nishida hits a hot shot on the ground to the third baseman. Bullard knocks it down, picks it up, throws to first, not in time. Nishida legs it out. Nishida hit that one hard. Bullard was playing in, knocked it down. Nishida legging it out. I'd give him an infield single there. See what the official scorer does as Colby Shade steps in. Ducks looking for a two-out rally down by one. Shade fouls the first pitch to the net. Oh. Called it a fielding error on the third baseman. Tough call. It was hit hard. I understand it was at Bullard, but he was playing in. I think all he could do there was knock it down, and then Nishida legged it out. To be honest with you, if it's a slower base runner, Bullard probably does throw him out. Nishida's running here, pitch in for a strike, and Nishida steals second base. 22nd steal of the year for Riku Nishida. It's 0-2 now to Shade. Nishida adding to his program single-season record. (0-2). Fouled to the right side and into the stands. (0-2) from May again with a runner at second. Ducks looking to tie it. Shade hits one toward right center. Down! Nishida around third. Colby Shade with an RBI single. The Ducks have tied it at 1 in the bottom of the third. That stolen base from Nishida, huge. Got him into scoring position. Shade with great two-strike hitting. And the Ducks even this game at 1 apiece. Drew Cowley now steps in. Takes a first pitch strike. 0-1. Drew Cowley and Sabine Ceballos enter this game both with 61 runs batted in. A single-season program record. Record was 57 coming into this season, and now 2 Ducks have broken that single-season mark this year. Throw over to first. Sends back Shade, and he could steal a base as well. 14 steals on the year. Another throw over. Shade back in safely. Shade's just a couple shy of his single season high in steals. Stole 16 last year. Might try to move into scoring position for Cowley. Throw over. Back in. (0-1). Swing and a miss. Down in the count 0-2, another throw over to first. Cowley hit into a double play to end the first inning. Ducks and Wildcats tied at 1 in the bottom of the third. (0-2). Cowley fouls it over my head out of play. Broadcast location, same as it's been for the entire tournament. Been fortunate to be in the same booth here in Scottsdale. It's worked out well so far. Throw over, ball dropped at first. Shade would have been out. May had him picked. Romero dropped the pickoff throw. Shade and the Ducks dodge a bullet there. Cowley ready for the 0-2. Swings and line drives one to left field. Base hit. So that drop ball could prove costly here if Sabine Ceballos can come through with an RBI knock. Wildcats are going to chat things over on the hill. Dave Lawn, the associate head coach, in his 8th year with Arizona, is out to chat with the infield. Dave Lawn was the acting head coach for Arizona in a couple games during that series with the Ducks in Tucson. Chip Hale had gotten tossed in the Wildcats' previous game and did not coach in 2 of the games against the Ducks in Tucson. After the visit, Ceballos takes the ball up and away, 1-0. Runners at first and second. May throws over to second base as Shade was dancing off the bag. 1 run, 4 hits, an error, 3 left on for Arizona. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors, 1 runner left for the Ducks so far. 1-0 to Ceballos is up and away. 2 balls, no strikes. A right-hander is up in Arizona's bullpen. Hitters count 2-0. Ceballos sends a line drive, 1 hop to the second baseman, throw to first is in time to get him. White was playing shifted up the middle. Ceballos hit a 1-hopper to him, and a 4-3 in the book to end the third. 1 run on 2 hits and an error. 2 runners left on for the Ducks. We're a third of the way through. Nothing's been decided. It's 1-1 as we head to the 4th on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Back inside the Learfield Network studios, Joey Mack at Charles Schwab Field, and I'm Ashley Gentry here with an update for you. Waiting first pitch between Oregon and Nebraska out in Omaha, Big Ten tournament. And if you are just tuning in, we are in delay programming. The rain's starting to lighten up a bit. Hopefully a first pitch call coming soon, but for now we'll continue on with the title game from 2003, Oregon versus Arizona.
Tanner Smith, Drew Smith, Jacob Walsh. 5, 6, 7 coming up. 2 double plays turned by Oregon's infield in 4 innings so far. Turner Spoljaric sure has done his job. He's been good for the Ducks. Now it's up to the offense, get something going against Aiden May. Ducks are 3 for 6 with 2 outs in this game. They've extended innings, but haven't been able to score anybody yet. Talking about double plays, the Ducks have also hit into a double play in this game. We've already seen 3 double plays turned in 7 total ups for the 2 teams. Tanner Smith takes the first pitch, ball low. 1-0. Tanner Smith takes the next one inside. 2-0. Hitters count. May to the plate. Smith fouls it. 2 balls and 1 strike. Still count leverage for the hitter. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Now 2-2. May coming back to even the count. Smith is Oregon's career leader in basically everything. Swings through the 2-2 and goes down Hackett. Fouled it into the glove. Now Drew Smith coming up. Drew Smith now a 19-game hitting streak. New program record. He's gotten it going here in the postseason, and he swings at the first pitch and singles to center field. 2 hits for Drew Smith today. This one with 1 out after his hit in the second came with 2 away, and in steps Jacob Walsh. So Drew Smith is now hitting .414 on the season. Let's just hope that he can do that all of next year, too. Tied at 1 in the bottom of the 4th. Throw over, runner back in, head first. Aiden May looks in. Still a right-hander up in Arizona's bullpen. Jacob Walsh takes the ball low and away, 1-0. Jacob Walsh had the best weekend of his season in Tucson as he bounces this one up the right side, foul. Walsh was named the Pac-12 Player of the Week after the Arizona series. He hit .533 in Tucson. Definitely deserving of that Player of the Week nod. Throw goes over to first, back in standing up Drew Smith. That was definitely the best series for Walsh this year. And he hits the 1-1 through the right side. A single for Walsh. Drew Smith going first to third on the knock, and the Ducks are in business here in the 4th. Here's Bennett Thompson. The Oregon catcher. .13 for his last 19. And he takes low and away. Yesterday he went 1 for 4. He doubled in the 6th. Also had a sacrifice fly for the Ducks in the win over Washington. Runners at the corners. 1-0. Outside, good take from Oregon's catcher, 2-0. Actually, 13 for his last 20, technically, with the flyout earlier today. 2-0, and he hits this down the right side toward the foul line, and it bounces foul. 2-1. Has really been on a hot streak last couple weeks. He flew out to center to start the 3rd. Now up with runners at the corners. Checks his swing on a pitch below the knees and called a strike by the home plate umpire. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got to protect the plate now with a runner at first, Jacob Walsh, and a runner at third, Drew Smith. Tied at 1 in the bottom of the 4th. 2-2. Thompson checks his swing, and on the appeal, he went around. Strike 3. That was a close one. Bottom 4 now, 2 outs. Gavin Grant, the number 9 hitter, up. Grant was 4 for 5 yesterday. And he swings and hits the pitch in the air to right field. That's down. Ducks take the lead 2-1. Gavin Grant singles. Drew Smith scores. Walsh to third. Couple scoring hits from the Ducks in the last 2 innings. Very similar to Shades. It wasn't pulverized off the bat of Grant. Just had enough to get enough air under it to get over the infield, and then it dropped in front of the outfielders. Now Dave Lawn, the associate head coach, pitching coach for Arizona, coming out to talk things over as the Ducks have taken the lead here in the bottom of the fourth. Riku Nishida is the hitter. Nishida has struck out and reached on a tough air call on a ball he hit hard to third base. Looks like a right-hander is ready to go for Arizona in the bullpen. Ducks have scattered 6 hits against May. Last couple innings, starting to string them together a little bit more. Shade with an RBI knock. Grant with an RBI knock. Ducks lead 2-1 in the bottom of the fourth. Walsh at third, Grant at first. May set at the belt. First pitch to Nishida. Inner half, strike one. May's next pitch. Low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. May delivers. In for a strike. Delayed steal from Gavin Grant, and he advances to second base. Now 2 in scoring position with Riku Nishida and a 1-2 count. Now he's got to protect the plate. Nishida hits a high chopper toward the shortstop. Nishida beats it out. Everybody's safe. Walsh scores. That's what Riku Nishida can do. With 2 strikes, chops one high in the air. No play from the Arizona infield. Grant to third as Walsh scores. Nishida with an RBI. The Ducks lead 3-1 in the bottom of the fourth. McClary had no chance there. Nishida's speed, game-changing. 3-1 Ducks in the bottom of the fourth. Here's Colby Shade. Nishida races to second base. Catcher bluffs and throws the ball right back to the pitcher. Stolen base for Nishida. No chance for Splain to throw him out. It was in for a strike to Shade. 0-1. Grant at third, and Nishida now at second here in the bottom of the fourth. And now a pitch clock violation on May. 1-1. Shade will get a ball in his count. 2 outs, 2 in scoring position. 1-1 pitch. Shade swings through it. 1-2. Shade, a .340 hitter, has an RBI today. And he hits the 1-2 on the ground to the first baseman. Foot race to the bag, and Romero wins it. Shade grounds out, but the Ducks do some damage to take the lead. 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors, 2 left in scoring position. Ducks give Turner Spoljaric a lead. It's 3-1 as we head to the 5th on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
That's Joey Mack on the call for the 2023 title game between Oregon and Arizona. As for the Big Ten tournament today, Oregon versus Nebraska out in Omaha, and we are still awaiting the call on first pitch. Enjoying some delay programming as we await. We'll touch back with more updates coming up here on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Hintz is back to the hill for Arizona. Ducks were retired in order by him in the Fifth inning. Now it's Drew Smith, Jacob Walsh, and Bennett Thompson facing the Wildcat right-hander. Bottom 6, we're tied at 3. Arizona with 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th, and 1 in the 6th. The Ducks with 1 in the 3rd and 2 in the 4th. Each team has 3 runs on 7 hits and an error. Arizona has really utilized the crooked number. Not just in this tournament, but really all year. The Ducks have done, I think, a good job to limit the damage. Credit to Turner Spoljaric. He bounced back after that leadoff inside the park home run. Drew Smith takes a strike from Hintz, 0-1. Wildcat fans have shown up, knew they would. About a 2-hour drive to Tucson from here. 0-1 in for a strike at the knees, make it 0-2 to Drew Smith. He's 2 for 2 in the game, the only Duck with multiple hits so far. Hintz bounces one in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Situational hitting always so critical. The Ducks are 5 for 10 with 2 outs. Arizona 1 for 6. Oregon is 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Wildcats are 2 of 7. Smith strikes out swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts dating back to the 5th. 1 away for Jacob Walsh. See if he can get a hold of one here. Walsh struck out swinging to end the 2nd, and he singled and later scored a run in the 4th. Tied at 3 here in the 6th. Walsh hits one a ton toward right center. Jacob Walsh gives the Ducks the lead. 4-3 Oregon in the bottom of the 6th on Jacob Walsh's 14th of the year. He got a hold of one. Oregon answers. Back in front, 4-3. Walsh hit that a long way. Now Bennett Thompson takes strike 1. Ducks by 1 in the bottom of the 6th. The number 8 hitter Thompson at the plate with 1 out. Sends a slow hopper toward the left side. Barehand attempt by Bullard. Can't make it. And Thompson is aboard. Tough play for the third baseman to make. I think that'll be an infield hit for Thompson, but I've been wrong on 2 other scoring decisions tonight. That one I got right. Thompson singles to the third baseman. Here comes Gavin Grant. Grant now hitting .280. He was 4 for 5 yesterday, and he's 1 for 2 with an RBI tonight. Grant tries to put a bunt down, and he rolls it foul. Gavin Grant grounded out to his counterpart at second base in the 3rd before singling to right and knocking in a run in the 4th. Swings and hits this one in the air to right. Backs up Corona a few steps, and the right fielder puts away out number 2. Here's Riku Nishida. Nishida's been on base twice. Reached on a tough air call in the 3rd on a ball he hit hard to 3rd, and then he singled on the infield on a high chopper that he put in play with 2 strikes. Scored a run on that play in the 4th. Infield and the catcher chat with Hintz on the hill. Dave Lawn doesn't come out of the Arizona dugout, though. Just a player conference before Riku Nishida hits. Thompson at first for the Ducks. Throw over, sends him back. Delivery, bunt shown. Nishida pulls the bat back, and it's in the zone. Oh, 1. Throw over. Back in safe, barely. Whew. Close over there for Thompson. Nishida swings through the 0-1 to make it 0-2. Protecting the plate. Nishida hits a chopper toward the second base bag. McCleary fields it on the second base bag, and Thompson out. It's a fielder's choice to end the inning. Jacob Walsh gives the Ducks the lead back. Solo blast from Oregon's first baseman, and it's 4-3 Ducks as we go to the 7th in the Pac-12 championship on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield. With Oregon leading 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th, Arizona is going to sophomore left-hander Eric Orloff, 6'3", out of Northbrook, Illinois. Orloff has a 4.15 earned run average. He's 2-0 in 23 appearances, and the Ducks have faced him before. Does have one save. In 21 2/3 innings pitched, he's given up 19 hits, 12 runs, 10 earned. He's walked 10 and struck out 26. Opponents are hitting .226 against Eric Orloff. He relieves Casey Hintz, who goes 2 1/3. 2 hits, 1 run, no walks, and 2 strikeouts for Hintz. Drew Cowley will be the first hitter against Orloff. The Ducks did face Orloff, and they got to him a little bit in the Saturday game in Tucson. He didn't get an out. Gave up a hit and a walk. Ultimately, 2 runs on his ledger. He walked Tanner Smith, and he gave up a hit to Jacob Walsh in Tucson. Drew Cowley takes the first pitch strike, 0-1. And that was the only time that the Ducks faced him this year. And he hits Drew Cowley in the shoulder. Ducks have a base runner, trying to add to the 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Sabine Ceballos is 0 for 3. Strikeout, ground out, fly out for Ceballos. First pitch to him is low. 1-0. Feels like after Anderson struck out Romero with the bases loaded in the top half of this 7th inning, if the Ducks could get a run or two here, really put the momentum in Oregon's favor. Throw over sends back Cowley. 1 on with 1 out. Ceballos. Ready as Orloff throws over to first again. Cowley is 6 for 6, stealing bases on the season. Inside, Ceballos takes. 2 balls and no strikes. Ceballos has had so many big games for the Ducks, but maybe none bigger than last night. He knocked in half of Oregon's 12 runs. It was 3 for 6 with 6 RBIs and 2 runs scored himself in the win over Washington in the Pac-12 semifinals. Another throw-over sends back Cowley. And then he hit the go-ahead home run in the 10th inning to break a 6-6 tie with Stanford a couple days ago. 2-0, runs inside and hits Ceballos. Back-to-back hit batters, and the Ducks have 2 men on in the 7th for Tanner Smith. Smith 0 for 3. Ground out and a couple of strikeouts so far. See if Oregon can add to the lead. It's 4-3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Smith's been good the last few days. Overall has had a nice Pac-12 tournament. A hit yesterday and a run scored. 2 for 5 a couple days ago. And he swings at the first pitch and hits one to center. Bounces down. Throw to the plate. Up the line. Cowley slides in safe. Ducks add to the lead. It's 5-3 in the bottom of the 7th. I think a good throw would have gotten Cowley, but it was just up the first base line a bit. Tanner Smith with an RBI. Another one that the Ducks didn't exactly crush, but had enough to bounce in front of the outfielder and score a run. And Arizona is going to go to the bullpen again. A Toyota pitching change after 2 hit batters and an RBI knock. The Ducks add to the lead. It's 5-3 in the bottom of the 7th. 1 out and still 2 men on here on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Welcome back inside the Learfield Network studios. If you are just now joining us, Oregon and Nebraska currently in a rain delay out in Omaha, still awaiting first pitch start time for you as we listen to delay programming. We're going to keep rolling here. Joey Mack on the call for the 2023 Pac-12 title game against Arizona. We'll touch base with some more updates coming up here on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
To the 9th, Oregon in front of Arizona 5-4 in the Pac-12 championship game. Matt Dallas is back to the hill for the Ducks. He's through an inning. He gave up a solo home run in the 8th. Looking to close it out here in the 9th. Arizona did get a couple home runs against him when they faced him in the 8-5 win for the Ducks on Sunday. It completed the sweep for the Ducks. And we are going to see a pinch hitter for Arizona, Tyler Casagrande, in the number 9 spot for Garen Caulfield. First pitch swinging, pops it up, foul ground, left side, Ceballos puts it away. 1 pitch and 1 out, now the top of the order, Mac Bingham. Wildcats hit 3 home runs against Dallas in 1 2/3. Back in Tucson in that Sunday game. Now Dallas and the Ducks 2 outs away. It's 5-4 Oregon in the top of the 9th. Here's Mac Bingham. Dallas delivers a strike. A .370 hitter, Mac Bingham. 10 home runs this year. Dallas's pitch swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Ducks leading 5-4 here in Scottsdale. Bingham, grounder to the shortstop. Cowley's throw in time. 2 outs. It's up to Nick McClary. Wildcats are down to their last out with the Ducks leading 5-4 in the ninth. Righty versus righty. McClary, a .333 hitter with 4 home runs this year. Dallas gets a first pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Base is empty with 2 outs in the ninth. 0-1 pitch. Check swing on the appeal. He went. It's 0-2 to McClary. Ducks leading 5-4 in the top of the ninth inning. Dallas with 2 outs, the 0-2. Low and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. McClary lays off a good pitch from Dallas. Dallas set for the 1-2. Low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Base is empty in the ninth for the Wildcats. 2 away for the senior McClary. Dallas is 2-2. Ground ball up the left side and foul. McClary waits. Dallas set, 2-2 toss. Just a bit low. Three balls and 2 strikes to McClary, with Chase Davis, the conference leader in home runs, waiting on deck. 2 outs, the 3-2. Ground ball toward the middle. Seeing eye single. McClary aboard to extend the game. Grant slid behind second base in shallow center. Had no chance to throw out McClary. And now Chase Davis comes up. The last time he faced Matt Dallas, he homered. 21 home runs this year for Davis. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Go ahead run at the plate. First pitch just misses. 1 ball and no strikes to Chase Davis. Oregon leading 5-4 in the top of the ninth. A runner at first. 1-0, big swing and a miss. Davis chased a high delivery there from Dallas, and it's 1-1. McClary away from first with 2 outs. 1-1 to Davis. Popped up in the air toward left field. Betcher under it. Betcher makes the catch. The Ducks are Pac-12 champions. 5-4 the final. Davis flies out. Oregon gets the automatic bid to the NCAA tournament. Five-4 final. Good for Marcus. Turner Spoljaric, Austin Anderson, Matt Dallas combine on the hill for a great performance. Jacob Walsh with a big home run to break a 3-3 tie. An insurance run knocked in by the senior Tanner Smith. Ducks take down the Wildcats in Scottsdale 5-4, and Oregon goes 4-0 in the Pac-12 tournament. The Ducks are the conference champs.
Always nice to relive some big-time Oregon wins. Joey Mack on the call there during our rain delay programming. Oregon versus Arizona in the 2023 Pac-12 title game. We still await a first pitch start time out in Omaha between Oregon and Nebraska here for the Big Ten tournament, so we will continue on with our rain delay programming. If you're just joining us, Ryan Milano unable to make the trip out tonight for this game, but we'll get to listen to him now. He had the call on the 2024 regionals between Oregon and UC Santa Barbara. We'll be back with more updates coming up on the Oregon Sports Network from Learfield.
Kevin Sider throws a scoreless first frame. Oregon's bats trying to give him a lead. Mason DeVille going to be the leadoff man for Oregon today, the right fielder for the Ducks. Chase Meggers in the 2-hole. He had a really productive day for Oregon yesterday. Drew Smith moved up to the 3 spot for the Ducks. He also had a big day.
He recorded. There's a ball inside at the feet of Council. 2-2. Derek Serta over there at first is KU's most capable base stealer. 10 of 11 on the year, but it's tough, Kevin, when you got a southpaw looking right at you. Naturally facing first, you can't get a huge lead or a big jump. Pitch here, swung on and drilled, just barely foul down the third base line. It had extra bases written all over it, but our third base umpire, Chris Griffith, immediately threw his hands up in the air to say foul.
Another hard-fought at-bat right here from Brady Council. A couple of B-hacks on tough pitches up and in to keep his at-bat alive and showing some great bat speed, able to handle that mid-90s stuff.
Next pitch, a little bit up and out. 3-2, the count runs full. If nothing else, the Jayhawks are forcing Brassfield to work. In his 5 innings of relief back in mid-April versus Kansas, he needed 79 pitches, as I said, 7 Ks. He's already thrown 17 here in this inning as the next pitch is hit foul like a rocket. Left field side, but out of play. Still 3-2. A couple of long counts worked by both Serta and Council, with the Brady Ballinger 405-foot flyout mixed in between. Right-handed hitter. Swings here, a little looping foul ball. First base side and out of play. Still 3-2. What a battle brewing here. Pitch count now nearing 20 for Brassfield. Brassfield's season numbers included a 3.59 ERA and a 5-1 record. This is just his 6th start. Pitch, another foul ball. What an AB for Brady Council.
Best at-bat I've seen quite a while. He's fouled balls down the right side of the field, a few down the left side of the field. He's been at 2 strikes for a long, pretty much his whole at-bat right now. He's doing a great job of battling off some tough pitches right around the zone, expanding his zone to keep his at-bat alive.
The 3-2. Grazed, or did he strike out? It slips loose of the catcher, and they're going to say swing and a miss, no contact. But the ball rolled far enough away from the TCU catcher, Traeger, and Derek Serta will go into second base. So, a strikeout after the lengthy at-bat with all those foul balls, but they do get the runner into scoring position. It was a breaking ball at the feet of Council, and in the dirt, and Traeger just couldn't quite squeeze it. Ultimately, Kevin, that's going to go down as a 11-pitch at-bat. Ball high and away on the first offering to Dariello Soria, who was 0 for 4 last night with 3 strikeouts. Well, it's a win at the end of the day for Brassfield, but 11 pitches on his tab forced by Council and all those foul balls is a small victory for KU. Checking his swing but not holding it in time is Osorio. First base umpire Mark Wagers clenches his fist to say that's a swinging strike.
Yeah, talking about that at bat for Council, we talk about the Jayhawks with knocking in their free throws with a man on third. That was a body shot. That's what I think, with just doing what you can to get at a pitcher, try to wear him out early in the game, especially early when these guys are aces a go, they start rolling. Do what you can to make them work early.
Great point. Love that analogy. Foul ball straight back makes it 1-2 to Dariel. He swings here and barely gets a piece. We're located high above home plate. At least 250 feet up in the air. We're on the 4th floor above the concourse. So about 7 stories up from where the team is down there at ground level and event level. The 1-2. A little bit low. Misses with a slider that time. 2-2 to Darrielle. And the pitch count mounting here in the first inning for this freshman lefty. Even if Kansas doesn't come away with a run, they're really forcing him to labor. There's a foul ball again by Darrielle, barely getting a piece, fouling it on the ground, third base side. If you're watching on the telecast and listening to us, first off, thank you. And secondly, the pitch count they're showing is not accurate. He's up at 25 pitches now. TV shows 16. There's a ball that just misses on a four-seam fastball. And that's going to run the count full of 3-2. They're getting their pitch count fixed on the ESPN telecast, but that's a factor here early whether KU scores or not, because he's normally a reliever. There's a liner toward left. Will it get down? Yes. Serta on his horse rounding third. He will score with ease. It's a 2-out RBI single for Darrielle Osoria, and Kansas strikes first.
What another great at-bat from Darrielle Osoria. Fought hard with 2 strikes, and there's Serta telling Michael Brooks what he saw right there. That's great communication all the way through the order to go against this arm. That's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Osoria able to get his hands through and deliver with a clutch 2-out hit.
Huge swing, especially on the heels of the 0-for-4 with 3 Ks yesterday. You could tell he had his dauber down a little bit after that one. He was thrilled for the team win, but he's the type of guy that takes his own results so seriously, and he's going to be smiling from ear to ear after that base hit. First pitch to Michael Brooks in there for a strike. Brooks was instrumental in the comeback last night. 2 for 3 with a walk, and it was his walk in the 7th that really wore down the pitcher Bodendorf, got his pitch count in the upper 80s and eventually low 90s and got him out of the game. Foul ball straight back here. And that's why I referenced this laborious first inning for the starter Brassfield. That was his 30th pitch right there. Because Kansas does damage when they can, A, knock a starter out, but B, wear a starter down. Ball upstairs, 1-2 on pitch number 31. 1-0 Jayhawks on the Darrielle Osoria 2-out RBI single. How big was that swing and a miss, strike 3 that wasn't handled by the catcher? It allowed the runner Serta to get into scoring position. Boy, that was huge. Pitch downstairs makes it 2-2 now. Michael Brooks is a guy who's been in the shadow of Brady Ballinger in the Big 12 walks chase all season. But we need to talk about him more. He's just 2 shy of Ballinger for the league lead. He's got 53 of them on the year. Swings here and goes down swinging. He fans at a slider at 84 on the gun, and down he goes. Michael Brooks, a strikeout victim to end the first. But Kansas strikes first with the 2-out RBI hit by Darrielle Osoria. It's 1-0 Jayhawks at the end of 1. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. We head to the top of the second inning. Kansas leading TCU 1-0 in the Big 12 semifinals on the Equity Bank Jayhawk Sports Network from Learfield.
LMH Health is pleased to announce that the Ortho Kansas team has earned another clinical milestone, the Joint Commission's Gold Seal of Approval for Advanced Total Hip and Knee Replacement Certification. The certification recognizes the highest standards of care during a total hip and total knee replacement, and LMH is one of 2 Kansas hospitals to earn this honor. Get to know the Ortho Kansas team by lmh.org/OrthoKansas. Ready to schedule an appointment? Give them a call at 785-843-9125. LMH Health, a partner for lifelong health.
Experience the Cherry Hill Properties lifestyle, the leader in Lawrence, Kansas. Cherry Hill offers a variety of homes, apartments, and townhomes with several locations and floor plans to fit your style and budget. Cherry Hill Properties, voted #1 best of Lawrence in property management the last 8 years in a row. Hit a home run and find your new home at cherryhillproperties.net. Again, cherryhillproperties.net, a proud supporter of Kansas Athletics.
Welcome back to Globe Life Field here in Arlington. Brian Haney and Kevin Wheeler with you. Kansas leads 1-0 at the end of one. Great start, all things told, for KU. Cooper Moore worked a quick 1-2-3 top of the first, and then the Jayhawks were able to force the rookie left-hander to labor a bit. 33 first-inning pitches for Brassfield, who again has been a reliever for 2/3 of the year, and they did something to him tonight. They didn't do it all in the first meeting. Over the course of 5 innings, score a run.
Oh, what a great first inning right there. Started with Derek Serta and just some really tough at-bats all the way through the order. Everybody is fighting and battling with 2 strikes, and nice clutch hit by Soria to get this party started the right way.
Franco will lead things off for TCU here in the second frame. Again, they're playing without one of their regulars, Colton Griffin, tonight because of an ejection in the ball game last night that carries over to today. Kansas is down Jackson Hauge after tweaking a hamstring during his home run last night. He stayed in and played until he was lifted for a pinch runner later in the game, but noticeable on the limp, and he would be available if this was a regional, but they're not going to risk it tonight. He's hopeful to play tomorrow should they make the championship game, and he is available to pinch hit tonight. Went through batting practice in the cages. He'd love to hear his name called with the game on the line later tonight. 1-1 pitch misses inside. The 2-1 offering comes in just above the belt. And now 3-1 quickly here to Noah Franco. Trying to get on for the first time for TCU, who were 3 up and 3 down in the first inning with Cooper Moore on the bump. A wind and delivery, and just a little bit down apparently. Maybe down and in, awfully close, but Moore doesn't get the benefit of Casey Mosier's strike zone there. And consequently, it's a leadoff walk to Noah Franco. Franco, a .333 hitter who had a home run last night in their win over Houston, trying to be the catalyst again tonight as TCU's first base runner. Now Chase Brunson.
Yeah, that walk to Franco, I think one of the best bats in the lineup, maybe in the conference. A really big-time bat, and TCU stole 6 bases last night. So whenever man on first, man on second, Jayhawks are going to have to be aware of that and keep it on mind. And Cooper Moore does a nice job of working quick to home plate. So that's going to be a battle. Who's going to win the run game today?
Up next is Chase Brunson. The first pitch missed for a ball. 1-0 offering coming up here from Cooper Moore, who back in the first meeting, it was kind of typical of what I was saying earlier when he finds a way to get innings even when he's not on his A game. The pitch laced to left. That's going to be extra bases. It's down for a hit and will roll all the way into the corner. TCU sending Franco around third. KU struggling to get it in. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's late, and it's an RBI double by Chase Brunson. Brady Council had that ball rattle around in the corner, and it came in late. Scoring all the way from first was Franco, and this game is tied.
Franco's hauling around the bases. He does a nice job talking to his next batters about what he saw from Cooper Moore. Big-time sinker, and not a bad pitch right there, but just a good swing by Brunson. Extra base hit already into scoring position, looking to take the lead for the Frogs.
About to say, Cooper Moore gave Kansas 7 innings in the first meeting, even though he was tagged for 6 runs, 5 of them earned. It was the kind of start that makes you respect him, because some guys, when they don't have their A stuff, might not get through the 5th. He got all the way through 7. First pitch here to Traeger, misses inside. The 1-0 offering right down Broadway for a called strike on an 81-mile-an-hour slider. 1-1 tie. We're in the top of the second inning. TCU and Kansas, the third-seeded Horned Frogs, who finished 1 game behind KU, the 2 seed. Big swing and a miss here. Bounces loose at Francis. The Frogs are going to take off and take third. Boy, so costly as Francis couldn't squeeze it there on what was a swinging strike 2. And now you got a man at third with nobody out. And any kind of ball in play is going to score that run, unless it's just a weak dribbler to the pitcher's mound. It'll go down as a wild pitch. It hit the dirt just behind home plate. Francis couldn't quite grab it. Ball downstairs makes it 2-2. TCU is closing in on taking the lead here. Despite the Jayhawks' crisp and efficient first inning in the field, they've gone walk, double, wild pitch to see a 1-0 lead evaporate, and now in danger of trailing. There's a pop-up. Shallow center. Will they test Serta's arm? He comes sprinting in, and it's actually going to be caught by Sawyer Smith now, the shortstop running out. He will make the catch about 15 feet in the outfield turf, and holding at third right there will be Brunson. So that's a nice break for Kansas there, and a good job out of Cooper Moore to induce a weak pop-up to shallow center.
You're absolutely right. That's just as good as a strikeout right there. Great job of pitching by Cooper Moore, and up the middle, Serta and Smith, both plus arms. So good decision by TCU not to go, and good job by Moore getting back into the strike zone, and crucial first out of this inning where TCU looking to put up a crooked number.
First offering to Silva in there for a strike. Boy, Moore could use a strikeout in the worst of ways right here. Silva was 1 for 5 last night. He's their shortstop, hitting at .279. 6 homers, 37 RBI. Swings here and lines one to center. That's going to get down for a hit. And TCU has taken the lead with a 2-run rally here in the top of the second inning. Just like that, the Frogs back in front.
Really nice swing right back up the middle, and 100 miles an hour off the bat. About 95 coming in from Moore and 100 going off the bat. Really good short compact swing. Stayed inside out the ball, and nice job driving in that run from third base on a pretty good pitch and power sinker.
Indeed it was, and indeed this TCU team continues to flex its collective muscle. They hit .299 in the regular year, and Kansas felt like their pitching was ambushed, to quote Coach Fitz and Brandon Scott going back to mid-April. Remember, that was the 10 earned run line of Dominic Vagley. So you can see why Frogs would be confident against Kansas pitching. First pitch to Cadena, in for a strike. Now they check out the runner at first, and back standing up is Silva. Cadena hits just .233, and he only batted .198 in Big 12 conference play. When Cooper Moore was starting against the Frogs in mid-April, he was still the Sunday starter. It wasn't until following week when you start to see the Cannon Carr, Cooper Moore transition into the Saturday spot for Coop and the Game 3 role for Cannon Carr. Carr, should Kansas advance to the title game tomorrow night, he would be the starter. And he had the best luck of any Jayhawk against the Frogs, going 4 2/3 of 3 earned run ball in the first meeting. There's a swing and a miss. Big time pitch right there, and down goes Isaac Cadena. Got him with the changeup. Bottom dropped out on that sinking change, and big number 2 out of the inning here for Cooper Moore. Staying at first is Silva. 2-1 TCU.
What a great pitch right there. Took about 12 miles an hour off his good fastball with the same arm speed. Cooper Moore, mid-90s pitcher with the sinker, and that changeup just filthy against a left-handed bat. Big-time pitch for Coop.
Brody Green up there next. Green was hitless last night in the Frogs' 7-1 win. He was the one pressed into duty when they had an ejection based on some profanity after a hit-by pitch on Colton Griffin. Coach Sarlos thought it was a pretty quick hook by the home plate umpire to eject his player. Bouncer hit up the middle past the glove of Cooper Moore. That's another base hit. Going from first to third is Silva. The throw is off target from Serta, and that's going to allow the runner to go into second. Ill-advised throw by Derek Serta there, who had a low percentage chance of getting out Silva. He has a cannon, though, and has supreme individual belief in his tools. But when you make that kind of throw, you better get the out, because it's going to immediately give second base to the base hitter. And in this case, you've got Brody Green standing at second on what should have just been a ground ball single to center field.
Yeah, do-or-die play right there, and Derek Serta aggressive on there, trying to make a play at third, and he's got the arm to do it, but TCU taking advantage of their speed and getting 2 runners into scoring position. Big part of this ball game here early. 2 outs, but 2 runners in scoring position.
Jack Bell sees the first pitch ball downstairs. Bell had a pop-up to shallow right field, caught by the second baseman his first time up. It's 2-1 TCU. We're in the top of the second, but a base hit here could make it 4-1. Cooper Moore's got to bear down and find his best stuff. There's a little flare toward left. If it gets down, it's 2 runs, and that's a fair ball. TCU is going to open up a 4-1 lead on a bloop double by Jack Bell. It's a huge cavernous park. There's a lot of ground to cover. Brady Council had no shot at that little bleeder down the left field line. It looks similar to the Kazuski hit last night. And one night after a bloop found the turf in left to benefit Kansas, one night later it cost them 2 runs.
Exactly what I was thinking, Brian. That looked like identical swing with Mike Kazuski. I think that pitch would actually be a broken bat with a wood bat. Cooper Moore got in on the hands, but good job of Bell staying inside it and get that ball put into play, moving the baseball.
4-1 TCU. And the first pitch to Stroh-Snyder, their best hitter. This is outside for a ball. Actually, they're going to say caught the corner for a strike. Beg your pardon. 4-1 TCU. Kansas scored a single run in the bottom of the first, but the Frogs have erupted for a crooked number second inning with 4 on the board. There's a fastball strike at the knees. 91 that time on the sinking fastball of Cooper Moore. Moore is mentally tough enough and confident enough to overcome a rough start like this, settle down and fire off 5 zeros after it. This one squirts loose of Francis, and into third goes Jack Bell. Well, we had a wild pitch earlier that was costly. Be interested to see how they score this one. Francis would tell you he should have had that. We take a look at the instant replay here. A pitch that came in low. He's got to get that 9 times out of 10. And now 90 feet away is Bell. 1-2, though, to Stroh-Snyder. The pitch hit towards second. KU's got it out there with Diggins. He'll flip to first. And finally, 8 batters later, the inning is over and the side is retired. 4 huge runs for the Frogs in the inning that come on 4 hits, including 2 doubles. There was a walk as well. Ultimately, 1 man left on base. Kansas right back where they found themselves for much of last night in a crooked number hole, 4-1 as we head to the bottom of the second.
Jayhawks have their hands full tonight with this team, and TCU is really swinging the bat well. Cooper Moore, like you said, is the ultimate competitor. See how far he can go into this game, but it's not over yet. It's a long game, and that's just a nice crooked number inning for a really hot TCU team. We've saw them all tournament long been hot, and Jayhawks time to match.
This is where you wish you had Jackson Hauge, who can get you back in it with 1 swing. He is available to pinch hit, but not starting tonight after a hamstring tweak. Kansas down 4-1. You're listening to Big 12 Championship Baseball on the Jayhawks Sports Network.
Do you have a reason to smile? If you have healthy teeth, you definitely do. And if you're covered by Delta Dental of Kansas, you have another reason to smile. Delta Dental of Kansas has many fabulous dental insurance coverage plans with a range of options to fit your life. You decide what you need. The whole process is so super easy. Plus, Delta Dental has the largest network of dentists in the entire nation. Yep, another reason to smile. Go to DeltaDentalKS.com and click on Shop for Insurance to get started.
I'm Tammy Peterman, president of the Kansas City Division of the University of Kansas Health System. We are proud the University of Kansas Hospital is still the best hospital in Kansas and Kansas City, according to U.S. News and World Report, the only hospital to ever receive this recognition. We are also the only hospital in the region to have any medical and surgical adult specialties ranked among the top 50 nationwide, with 6 nationally ranked specialties. Now and always, we are here for you. Learn more at kansashealthsystem.com/still-the-best.
4-1 TCU as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Kansas may be the home team as the higher seed, but it's a home environment for TCU, who's played a game here almost every year over the last 5 seasons. There's a fly ball hit to center field on the first pitch thrown to KU's Sawyer Smith. And sprinting in from center to make the catch is Chase Brunson. 1 pitch, 1 swing, and 1 out. Sawyer Smith's fly out to center field.
Good swing right there by Sawyer Smith. Put a good charge into it to center. And Jayhawks having good at-bats, hitting the ball hard. But really nice for Mason Brassfield already. High pitch count, able to get 1 pitch, 1 out.
TCU has 27 games played here in the last 5 seasons at Globe Life Park. And they're also no strangers to the Big 12 tournament title game. They've won the Big 12 tournament title 5 times. 4 regular season titles in 13 years as a league member. First pitch to Tommy Barth by Brassfield in for a strike. The 0-1 also a strike. Brassfield has certainly settled in after he was given a 4-run outburst offensively and a 3-run lead to work with. Sawyer Smith swung at the first pitch and got him a quick out after a laborious 33-pitch first inning. And he quickly jumps ahead of Tommy Barth, though, too. The only thing slowing him down now is a pitch comm issue. He immediately pointed to his ears and his hat and said, "I can't hear what's being communicated in." So he'll come over and get the pitch comm worked on here. Maybe this will throw him off his rhythm, but what you wanted to do after Kansas really forced him to sweat in the first inning was have a comparable second, be selective at the plate, something Fitz talked about in the pregame interview. He said, when we got beat in Fort Worth, we were not ourselves at the plate. We were off balance. We were expanding the strike zone, swinging at stuff outside of those 17 inches. We've got to hang back on the spinning pitches and the change-ups and really force them to pitch to the box within the box and hunt that pitch right in your sweet spot, otherwise lay off. And so Sawyer on the quick fly out and 2 quick strikes on Tommy Barth is not the start that KU wanted in the second inning. The 0-2 after he fixes his pitch comm misses down. And a 1-2 at the feet of Tommy Barth has evened up this count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Barth was 1 for 2 with a run and a ribby in the win over Oklahoma State last night. Ball outside at 3-2. Ever since the pitch comm issue and him having to walk all the way to foul ground to get it fixed, he's come back on the bump and thrown 3 balls. Brassfield lines and delivers a payoff pitch. Swung on and lined well to center, but right at Brunson, who hardly has to move. He'll snag it for out number 2. Pair of fly balls to center field to Brunson, and 2 quick outs for Brassfield here in the second. 4-1, TCU leading Kansas.
Another great at-bat there by Tommy Barth. He saw some pitches, and one of your Adam balls you talk about, once again, Ballinger hit one, and now Barth. 2 good signs, really good piece of hitting, about 100 miles an hour off the bat.
Pretty impressive indeed on the contact, but the placement was not what KU hoped. The 2 balls hit right at Brunson. And the best swing KU's had tonight was also hit to Brunson, 405 feet deep. First pitch to Diggins, in for a strike. Chase getting the start at second base tonight. The 0-1 misses high and away on a fastball. 1-1 to Diggins, who hits at .267. 5 homers, 23 RBI, 23 runs scored. Pitch swung on and hit foul. 1-2 down to Chase, the pride of Perth, Australia. He's starting because Kansas had to shuffle 4 players in the absence of Hauge. Barth to right, Counsell to left, Brooks to third, Diggins in at second. So really it's Diggins taking the spot of Hauge, if you think about it, not in terms of position, but his insertion into the lineup. It just causes a 4-position tidal wave of changes. Ball downstairs, and now the 2-2, bends in for a strike, frozen the whole way on a slider was Diggins, and he goes down looking, and Brassfield, like a kid on Christmas morning, is just grinning from ear to ear. He's a true freshman, but boy, he does not hide his emotions at all. He was giddy when they caught the ball up against the fence on the Ballinger shot to center, and right there, he looked like he just won the lottery sprinting off the hill. He should be happy. His team's up 4-1, and he's found his stride in a quick 1-2-3 second inning.
Yeah, it was good recovery inning, and he has got some good stuff. Mid-90s lefty, and he hopped off the mound. Even before the strikeout was called, he was already in his own dugout ready to get those bats going. So he's rolling now, the big lefty, only a freshman, but he's got some serious stuff.
Cooper Moore's got to get on a similar roll, and he will face off with 3, 4, and 5 in the TCU lineup when we come back. It's 4-1 Horned Frogs on the Equity Bank Jayhawks Sports Network from Learfield.
Hello, Kansas. Looks like we're in for another heat wave this season with a forecasted high of up to $300,000. That's right. The Kansas Lottery is bringing the heat with the Hot Sevens family of tickets rolling across our state. You could instantly win up to $300,000. Plus, there's even a chance at up to $20,000 in the second chance drawing through Play On. Talk about a scorcher. Don't forget your oven mitts when you head out today. See kslottery.com for details.
This is Kansas Insurance Commissioner Vicki Schmidt. Success on game day starts with doing your homework. Investing is no different. That's why you should visit smartinvestks.com, an investor empowerment initiative from the Kansas Insurance Department. Whether you are just coming off the bench or are a seasoned pro, smartinvestks.com is here to coach you on how to avoid investment fraud by chalking up the offensive and defensive X's and O's. Have a game plan before you invest. Visit smartinvestks.com. That's smartinvestks.com.
Welcome back to Globe Life Field here in Arlington, home of the Texas Rangers, inside of the Big 12 championships for one final time before the conference sends its postseason tournament to surprise Arizona, the spring training home of the Royals and Rangers starting next year. So from an indoor climate-controlled stadium to outdoors at 100 degrees starting next May. Cole Kramer to lead off the TCU third with a 4-1 Frogs lead. TCU rallied for 4 runs last inning, many of which coming with 2 outs. First pitch missed for a ball. The 1-0 offering is a sinker that's a little bit outside 2-0 now. Cooper Moore's got to find a way to lock back in. He had a 1-2-3 first, but started the second inning with a leadoff walk to Franco and just didn't look comfortable after that. Here's a number hit toward Brooks. He's got to hurry. Throws on the run. Out is the call. Another bang-bang play, and Brady Ballinger does the splits at first to stretch to get that out. What a play by Brooksy.
Those are 2 of the finest plays you're going to see a third baseman make. Michael Brooks coming in, an even tougher play. He's playing deep, able to come in on a swinging bunt, goes bare hand, makes an awesome throw to first, and Ballinger, that left-handed, made the difference. I believe he stayed on the bag, but he did the splits, and Coach Sarlo is going to take another look at that to make sure Brady stayed on, and he was out. Oh, it's going to be really close, but I think they did make the right call. It's a matter of Ballinger stayed on that bag.
Kirk Sarlos, the longtime assistant of Jim Schlossnagle at TCU, former pitcher with the Oakland A's in the big leagues. Crowds reacting to the replay here, thinking that TCU might get it, but you and I have done more than 30 games together this year between TV and radio, and so often we say that original call on the field is so hard to overturn unless you have the conclusive, decisive photo evidence and video evidence, and sometimes when you are slowing it down to the millisecond, frame by frame, it gets pretty grainy, pretty blurry, and will they truly be able to decipher, is the heel down on the bag before the ball's in the glove? To me, it looks like there may be a case, but is it conclusive evidence enough to overturn the call on the field? If they called him safe originally, this play definitely stands, and he's safe. Because they called him out originally, gives KU a fighting chance because so often it's tough to overturn. Here's the call. Safe is the call. They do overturn it. And Coach Sarlos wins his challenge. So, despite Michael Brooks robbing Kramer his first time up, he couldn't do it 2 times in a row. Call overturned. It's an infield single.
That was a bang-bang call, and I was wrong. Ballinger stayed on the bag, but I think that was a case tie goes to the runner, and that looked like as close as you can get to a tie.
Big home run hack by Franco, cut on and whiffed on the first pitch to Noah. Talented right fielder who had a couple of hits, 3 ribbies and a homer last night. His 11th home run of the season for a freshman out of Downey, California, who went to IMG Academy in Florida. Goes from the West Coast to the East Coast and then lands in the Lone Star State. Foul ball straight back, 0-2 now to Franco. Very impressive freshman campaign he turned in. In addition to those power numbers I gave you, he also hit .358 in league play and has a .416 on-base percentage. The defensive shift is on to the left-hand hitter, pull side, right side, and a pitch misses at his feet, 1-2. So what's at stake for Kansas today besides a spot in the Big 12 championship game opposite of Arizona? Well, the Jayhawks are 23rd right now in RPI. Earlier today, they were 22nd. But action around the country keeps that pretty fluid. The ball downstairs, 2-2 now to Franco. TCU is 19th. This would be your highest remaining RPI booster, more so than a win over Arizona tomorrow. And it would come, if you got it, against the team that right now is projected to be a Big 12 regional host. There's a breaking ball down, swung on and missed, and down goes Franco. That's a huge strikeout for Cooper Moore. And a first out of this TCU third inning. He gets him on the sinker.
Great pitch right there by Cooper Moore. Absolutely fantastic sinker. And that guy has hit some bombs already this tournament. Big-time swing. He gets his swing off, but Cooper Moore able to change speeds, get the job done, and get a big hitter out.
One out in the inning. Runner still at first. Brunson swings in the first pitch, drills one to deep left center. The park's going to keep it in, though. And Derek Serta will glide over and make the catch about 5 feet in front of the warning track. The deepest part of the park is technically where the wall jets out 3 feet to the right and to the left of straightaway center. So straightaway center is 407, but where the bullpen walls are closed in there, the wall jets out 3 feet and it goes to 410 in left center and right center. And that time, probably about 400 feet out there, maybe 395, Derek Serta hauls it in for a long and loud second out. They check on the runner at first, and back standing up is Kramer. Cooper Moore trying to bounce back after a 4-run second inning and hang a 0 here in the third with his team trailing 4-1 on a night in which they're without Jackson Hauge, at least as a starter. He tweaked a hamstring on his home run last night and is available to hit, but not in the starting lineup tonight. The 1-0. This is inside on a slider, 2-0. Traeger is the catcher. He popped to short his first time up. It was hit to shallow center field. And at that point, you had hope back in the second inning that maybe they'd work around the leadoff walk and double. There's a liner towards center. Serta sprinting in, will not be able to get there. He slams on the brakes and plays it on the hop. It'll be a 2-out base hit, second hit of the inning. And the Frogs piling up the hits, now 6 in the ball game.
Yes, they are piling up the hits, but no leadoff walk to start this one. And we've noticed that every single walk has scored. Both teams so far in this tournament we've seen. And Cooper Moore is going to try to get out of this, going against a big-time hitter in a great lineup, but try to get out of this with minimizing the damage here and keeping the Frogs right where they are.
TCU leads it 4-1, 2 on, 2 out. And the first offering to Silva misses down and away on a slider. Kansas struck first with a Dariel Osorio single to score a run in the bottom of the first, but a 4 spot by the Frogs in the second has TCU leading by 3. 2 on, 2 out, and now Moore steps off the rubber and throws back to second, keeping a close eye on Cole Kramer. Back to what I was saying about the importance of tonight. If the Big 12 is to get a regional host, and there's nothing that says they have to, TCU would be the most likely because they have the highest RPI. Kansas, though, could pull up even with them with a win today and a win tomorrow. There's a fly ball to left, going back and making the catch is Council on the edge of the warning track. A big-time fly ball by Silva, certainly traveled deep, a good 360 feet. But Brady Council is there, and that will retire the side. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left. They've now stranded 3 through 3, have the Frogs. But if Kansas is to bring baseball back to Hoagland Ballpark in a regional round, you probably have to win the whole Big 12 tournament. But whether you win tomorrow or not, just by getting to tomorrow, you have another huge resume boost, jumping probably into the top 20 of RPI with a win here on a neutral site versus TCU and potentially leapfrogging them, no pun intended, in the process. So that's what's at stake in addition to making it to the title game for those that are closely monitoring KU's chances at hosting. 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the third inning. It'll be 9-1 and 2 up for the Jayhawks on the Equity Bank Jayhawks Sports Network from Learfield.
No matter your level of play, LMH Health and Ortho Kansas provide championship care to all members of the Lawrence community and beyond. Our experts in sports medicine and orthopedic care have partnered on the field with athletes for more than 45 years, providing innovative treatments and therapies for athletes of all ages. Call us at 785-843-9125 or visit lmh.org/orthokansas to learn more. LMH Health, a partner for lifelong health.
The Jayhawks have been lighting up scoreboards, well, since scoreboards were invented. And Shirley Signs has been lighting up the Midwest and shipping signs nationwide since 1972. With 2 locations, Shirley Signs can help you with any location in Kansas, from channel letters to awnings and everything in between. Multiple locations? No problem. Check out www.shirleysigns.com or call 1-800-779-7446.
Well, not a good start for Kansas tonight. They trail 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the third inning, and we'll see if Ian Francis can jumpstart the offense here. Hawks climbed out of a 6-2 hole in the 7th last night and went on to walk off Oklahoma State 7-6. So can we see some similar come-from-behind Fitzmagic again tonight? Ball downstairs, 1-1. We owe you a station ID. We'll do it after this hitter. Ian Francis, a .264 stick with 6 homers, batting in the 9 spot. Ball inside for Brassfield, who's out for his third inning of work. He needed 33 pitches to get through the first inning. Needed just 13 to get through the second. The pitch, high and away. 3-1. We've monitored his pitch count very closely starting in the first inning because this is just his 6th start of the year. A guy who was reliever for the bulk of the season until late. Bouncer hit foul. 3-2, the count runs full to Ian Francis. You'd love to see the Jayhawks run the pitch count up and get him out of the game before the 5th inning or certainly before the 6th. Take their chances with the pin behind him. There's a called third strike on the 3-2. Ian flipped his bat thinking it was ball 4. You rarely see a catcher show up an umpire. After all, they pretty much have to live together. But that time he flipped his bat thinking for sure it was a ball. He thought it was outside, and looking at the replay, it was. KU got squeezed right there. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Jayhawk Baseball. First pitch swinging is Derek Serta, and he lines one towards center. It's going to be caught by Chase Brunson. So as good of a job as Serta did in drawing a long count his first time up, a quick out here in his second AB on just one pitch. And one pitch after, that was clearly ball 4 to Ian Francis. Suddenly, Brassfield has got himself 2 outs and nobody on for Brady Ballinger. Ballinger drilled one to center field his first time up. It was caught up against the fence to the deepest part of the park. First pitch here in for a strike with Ballinger taking. It was a 4-seam fastball at 92. Pitch count only at 53 now. He's gotten back on track, has Brassfield. It's a foul ball straight back. Think about that. 33 pitches to get through the first inning. He's 1 pitch away from going through the next 2 innings on just 20 total pitches. Checking his swing is Ballinger, but he swings through on a breaking ball down. He got him with the slider. It's a strikeout, and KU goes in 1-2-3 fashion here in the third. Everything coming up Frogs, as it often does in the Big 12 tournament. They've been to 10 conference tournament championship games in the last 19 years. 13 of those as a Big 12 school. And when they get to the conference title game, they win it 90% of the time. This Frogs team always good in late May and June. 4-1 as we head to the fourth inning. Kansas trailing. TCU in commanding position on the Equity Bank Jayhawks Sports Network from Learfield.
I had this patient. His cancer treatment had him in the hospital for a while. One day we learned his grandson's prom was coming up, so secretly we arranged for him and his date to stop by. I'll never forget that night. The smile on my patient's face, the hug that didn't want to end. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing all I can. Then I help make a moment like that happen, and I know I am.
The University of Kansas Cancer Center. Why would you go anywhere else?
Looking to elevate your next event? Introducing Uplift Coffee's new catering services. Perfect for company events, family get-togethers, or whatever event you're planning. Treat your guests to your choice of specialty coffee and non-coffee drinks, delicious food options, and in-house pastries straight from our own bakery. Pickup and delivery options available. Visit upliftcoffeeshop.com to place your catering order today.
Well, Kevin Wheeler, Kansas back in the Big 12 semis for the second time in as many years. One game away from playing for a Big 12 championship. But TCU, who they beat 11-10 to get to the semis in 2024, right now has what feels like a commanding lead, 4-1. Why does it feel commanding? Because their pitcher is settling in, and Kansas has no Jackson Hauge. Thus, 3 runs on the deficit feel a little bit bigger than it typically would for the best offense in the Big 12, KU. Cooper Moore's first pitch of the fourth to Isaac Cadena misses downstairs, 1-0.
Definitely, Jayhawks have an outstanding offense. They're explosive, but this TCU team has been just as explosive, really good with the bats and also with the speed. So they put a lot of pressure on the team, and I got a feeling this is going to be a bullpen game. Both pitchers, I don't think, can go the whole way, and it's going to come down to some big-time bullpen efforts.
You'd like to see 6 out of Cooper Moore if you could. First offering after the Kevin Wheeler commentary is in there for a strike on the 2-0, so 2-1 now. And in Cooper Moore's case, so often this year he's gotten you at least through 7. 4 times he's taken you through 8. Foul ball straight back to even up the count to Cadena. 2-2 now. Cadena was a strikeout victim back in the second inning. One of 2 strikeouts by the Frogs with Cooper Moore on the mound. Reason why you need at least 7 out of Coop tonight is he had to expend a lot of pitches last night for both West and Breckheimer. KU's 2 most trusted relievers. The 2-2 misses at the feet of Cadena, low and inside, and the count runs full, 3-2. Manning told us in the pregame he'd be available if called upon. Breckheimer could give you an inning as well. Here's the 3-2. Down he goes. It's a strikeout looking. Frozen that time on a changeup was Cadena. His second strikeout of the ball game. Cooper Moore's third. A nice start to this fourth inning by the Jayhawk hurler.
There's that nasty changeup once again from Cooper Moore, and what a competitor he is. He's a guy that's going to go out there and give you that every single time. And this TCU team, they're a College World Series team a couple years ago. This is as good a team as you're going to get, and pretty much a battle to see who hosts today.
Exactly. Showing bunt, pulling it back on a first pitch ball is Brody Green. Green starts at first base here tonight. They had to move some things around with the ejection of Colton Griffin. So he gets the start. Griffin normally a second baseman, but they move Cole Kramer into the second base spot in his absence. 1-0 pitch misses as well. 2-0 here. To the 9-hole hitting Brody Green, who wears the number 9 as well. Makes it easy on the lineup card. The pitch laced to short. Backhanded stab by Smith. He stumbles, gathers, fires, gets the out. What a recovery. What a throw. That was a fastball strike from Smith, who took a good full Mississippi of a second to gather himself, stumbling 2 steps deep into the outfield turf, but somehow guns him down.
Another close play at first base, but what a throw from Sawyer Smith. He made a great play, great hands to even field that ball. He made that throw from outfield, and that's as close as it gets at first. A really good 90. It looks like TCU's going to let it ride, and just another plus play for the Jayhawks.
Well, their coach, Kirk Sarlos, is doing the TV interview right now. He does have help in the booth and in the dugout area to tell him whether or not he's challenged. I think in looking at the replay we saw, that his assistants also saw, it was right not to challenge it. KU gets that call by a split second. First pitch misses to Jack Bell. The 1-0 offering bends in for a strike on a curveball. 1-1 the count to Jack Bell. The pitch. Big swing and a miss. 1-2 now. Bell delivered a 2 RBI double with 2 outs in that 4-run second inning. It was just a looper to left, similar to the Kazuski trajectory on the walk-off winner last night. Right now, it's the biggest swing of the game. Here's the 1-2. Swung on and missed. Dropped by Francis. He'll have to throw to first, but they get the out on a couple of strikeouts in the inning for Cooper Moore. This is the version of Coop we talked about. He can stumble early, but mentally tough enough to overcome it and settle in. If he does that, it'll buy time for Kansas to catch up offensively. But with no Hauge, at least to start the game tonight, somebody else is going to have to step up.
You made a great point about Cooper's mentality. He's an ultimate competitor, and no matter how the game starts, he's going to be battling through it. That's a great point by you. And another great point, I think Coach Charlouse might have wanted to challenge that, but because of that interview, it looked like he didn't get that done. But benefit for the Jayhawks, and that's the way the breaks are going today.
I think he would have lost that challenge. Frame by frame, it looked like that ball was in Ballinger's glove before the foot hit the bag that time of Brody Green. 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the fourth. It's Big 12 semifinal baseball on the Jayhawks Sports Network.
So Matt, a buddy asked the other day if I'd ever had your grilled salmon. I said it's amazing. He had it and loved it.
Brian, I assume you only ordered the Haney turkey stack.
You know, I decided long ago, with a menu as versatile as the Kansas offense, I've got to try something different every time I come in. And everything's just so good.
Ever since I started the brewery, I have made it my mission to make sure that we serve great food all the time. I truly believe that great, consistent quality turns first-timers into long-timers.
The 23rd Street Brewery. Great food. The best beer every time.
Hello, Kansas. Looks like we're in for another heat wave this season with a forecasted high of up to $300,000. That's right. The Kansas Lottery is bringing the heat with the Hot Sevens family of tickets rolling across our state. You could instantly win up to $300,000. Plus, there's even a chance at up to $20,000 in the second chance drawing through Play On. Talk about a scorcher. Don't forget your oven mitts when you head out today. See kslottery.com for details.
Well, the Kansas Jayhawks need a spark. Can Brady Council provide that? It's 3-4-5 due up for Kansas in the fourth, trailing 4-1. And the first pitch by Brassfield misses inside, 1-0. This would normally be Jackson Hauge's spot in the lineup, but he's out to start the game tonight with a tweaked hammy. He is available to pinch hit. There's a called strike on the 1-0. 1-1 now to KU's Brady Council. He struck out swinging his first time up. Ball upstairs, 2-1. Brady had a terrific lone season as a Jayhawk. The Golden Gopher transfer. Honorable mention All-League. But he has been slow to start this Big 12 tournament. Ball downstairs, 3-1. 0-for-4 last night with a K, 0-for-1 with a strikeout tonight. Looking for his first hit, but even a walk would open the door for Brady's confidence and for KU's rally attempt. The pitch swung on and smacked down the left field line, but hooking foul. He was out in front of that sinking fastball at 91 and just missed timing it. He tried to go down to the left field corner where he himself had to fetch a ball earlier in this game that led to a run-scoring play from first base. Next pitch, ball 4 outside. They walk him. Similar placement, but a little further outside to the pitch that Ian Francis was rung up on. But it's a base on balls. This time, Mason Brassfield does not get the call. And the pitcher who threw 5 scoreless, a 3-hit ball versus Kansas back in April, now has walked the leadoff man. And the last time he allowed the leadoff guy to get aboard, Derek Serta came around to score. Now Dariel Osoria, who had the base knock that scored Serta with 2 outs in the first. First pitch, in for a strike. At the knees, apparently, on a fastball at 92. Casey Mosier, our balls and strikes caller here tonight, home plate umpire. It's Mark Wagers at first, Scott Latendre at second, Chris Griffith at third. Next pitch hit foul straight back. Dariel quickly down in an 0-2 hole. His single in the first was his first hit on the tournament. He was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts last night. Can he battle back here? Pitch. Outside, 1-2. Did a good job of battling in that first AB before coming through with the big swing.
Yes, he did. And I think he's one of the better 2-strike hitters on the team. He's done a lot of damage with 2 strikes, putting a B-hack on and trying to get that ball put into play.
Here he swings and grazes 1 foul. 1-2, Osoria stays alive. You're tuned in to the Big 12 semifinals here on the Jayhawk Network. Kansas trailing 4-1 in the bottom of the 4th inning. No Hauge tonight. And the Frogs erupted for 4 in the second. There's a ball that just misses a little bit low and in. Boy, KU got the benefit of a ball call there that easily could have been a strike. Maybe that's payback for the ring up of Ian Francis. 2-2 now to Dariel. Can Osoria deliver yet again? A second-team All-Leaguer. The pitch. Hit foul sharply third base side, well out in front of that slide piece. He fouls it off, and it's 2-2 now to Dariel with a runner at first, nobody out, and Kansas trying to rally from down 3.
Kind of tells you how good Mason Brassfield's stuff is.
3 really good hitters for this Jayhawk offense, which is not surprising with their head coach Dan Fitzgerald, longtime DBU assistant coach in charge of the offense. One of the Patriots. That one again fouled off. And we've seen his work up close and personal over the years.
And had to stop at LSU between that. It's pretty impressive what he's been able to do here over these last 3 years. Well-deserved Big 12 Coach of the Year.
The lefty comes set. Here's another 2-2. Just missed up high. Might have been a little bit outside. Crowd wanted the call, but Casey Moser not snapping the right hand up.
That's what we were talking about earlier. It's got to be there.
Brassfield delivers, swinging another foul.
Another long at bat here. 11th pitch of the at bat coming up. We just mentioned threw 12 pitches in the second inning, 10 pitches all of last inning.
Well, pitch count starting to mount now. In the mid-70s. Fisted off to the right side, and it'll reach the seats. Another 3-2 pitch to Osoria. And he walked him ball 4. He's walked the first 2 batters here in the 4th. Now bring the tying run to the plate. Michael Brooks struck out swinging back in the first, 0 for 1. And Nolan Traeger does a good job of just going out and trying to settle Brassfield down here.
Yeah, that could be a frustrating at bat as well. A lot of pitches, 12 of them.
And now Kirk Sarlos is going to join the conversation.
Now, Luis Rodriguez is out in the Horned Frog bullpen for the second straight day.
He only threw 6 pitches yesterday. And TCU is going to go to the bullpen here. So that's going to be it for Brassfield.
His day is done. Rodriguez enters the game. We'll give you the numbers on Lewis when we get back from this 60-second timeout. You're listening to Horned Frog Baseball on KTCU.
Unexpected reactions to smart financial decisions brought to you by feedthepig.org.
Well, I finally did it. I improved my credit score.
You're kidding, right?
No.
How are we supposed to be the bad boys of electro-synth pop if you're out there being responsible? The band is about to be discovered. This is our year.
Yeah, you've been saying that for a while now.
You think anyone in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was worried about their credit score?
I never really thought that.
Of course they weren't. Rock stars aren't supposed to think about that kind of stuff. We're supposed to think about how many guitars we've smashed, write aggressively sensitive power ballads, start questionable fashion trends, tragically break up and blame creative differences.
All right. I thought maybe it was time to take control of my finances, you know? Start using a budget. Get out of debt. Set some goals.
A budget? Debt? Set some goals? Listen, I knew that we'd have our creative differences, but I was hoping they'd involve a little more scandal.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
As part of the Horned Frogs, when TCU makes a deep run in the postseason, it's usually on the back of their pitching staff.
Gotta have it, and you've got to have a lot of it. It's going to come from areas that maybe didn't play as big of a role as they're going to over the next few weeks through the whole regular season. Luis Rodriguez doing what he does here. TCU in a great position to try and close this out over these next couple of innings. Obviously, they're going to try and add some insurance offensively with their last two ABs. But assuming you're able to get through those next 6 outs defensively, you've got to be thrilled if you're Kirk Sarlos, Dave Lawn, about what you've seen from the guys on the bump.
Chase Brunson fouls the first pitch back to the screen. He's had a good night. A double and a run scored. Drove in a run back in the second. Base hit his last time up. Deep fly ball in between time, and he lines another one to right field, base hit. Well, Brunson likes what he's seen from this Jayhawk pitching staff.
That's 3 balls over 105 miles an hour now for Chase Brunson today. And the softest one was the double down the left field line. Shooting this ball the other way, staying back behind it.
TCU got a leadoff double from Jack Bell last inning, couldn't bring him around. Brunson's aboard to start the 8th. First pitch taken down and in by Traeger for ball 1. Nolan has a base hit. That came into third. Lined out to center and popped to short his other 2 times to the plate. Swing and a miss. The ball and a strike on Nolan Traeger. Brunson inching his way off the bag. Traeger takes strike 2 on the outside corner. And it's 1-2. Now they'll shift for Traeger. Throw over to first, and Brunson able to get back. Last time Brunson was aboard back in the 5th inning, they spent a lot of time throwing over in his direction. Let's see if they do the same here in the 8th. That one fouled out of play. Off the third base side, it'll make it to the second row of the second deck. And the way the decks are here, they're kind of set back, so when it makes it to the second deck, it's actually pretty far foul. Line towards left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Brunson is going to try for third. The throw's offline, and he makes it. A little bit of a gamble by Brunson. That ball was not hit very deep, but he took advantage of Serta's less than accurate throws tonight.
Well, some moving parts on this one, too, because the defensive alignment, Traeger, are doing another good job of going the other way with this one. But your third baseman is playing a true shortstop here because of the shift. So he's on the run, and it just becomes a foot race, really, between Brooks and Brunson. Brooks, the third baseman, happened to try and receive that ball on the move as he's going to third base. Something that, risky play because of where Serta fields this ball, but actually a pretty safe one when things are all said and done.
Dan Fitzgerald coming out of the Jayhawk dugout, and he'll take the ball out of the hand of Cannon Carr. So that's it for Carr tonight. He will depart. A new pitcher coming on for the Jayhawks. We'll tell you who it is right after we get back from this 60-second timeout. You're listening to Horned Frog Baseball on KTCU.
The College of Communication here at TCU offers the ever-growing and always in-demand major of sports broadcasting.
Many ask, what exactly is taught in the sports broadcasting major? This popular field of study caters to us students that want to learn the skills to produce live and remote sporting events for both radio and television.
We acquire the skills to put together sports programming at the professional level, and we then use this new expertise to produce games you can watch on ESPN Plus or listen to right here on KTCU.
In addition to the hands-on experience, we also develop analytical skills to discuss and understand the social and cultural roles that sports play in countries around the globe.
If you would like more information on a rewarding degree in sports broadcasting here at TCU, please visit ftdm.tcu.edu.
This year, 5.01 ERA and a 3-1 record for the big right-hander. 23 1/3 innings of work. He struck out 27, only walked 15. Held opponents to a 241 average. Dan Fitzgerald trying to do everything he can, push the right buttons to keep this a 5-1 ball game, but the Horned Frogs threatening now with runners on the corners and nobody out.
Vitak replaces Carr, who went an inning, allowed 3 hits, no runs to this point, but does leave with property on base. No strikeouts, no walks, and he threw 24 pitches. The winner will face Arizona tomorrow in the championship game. That will start at 6 o'clock Central Time here at Globe Life. We'll have that for you should TCU hold on and win tonight, with the pregame show starting at 5:30 and then the first pitch at 6 o'clock. But still some work to be done here this evening. TCU on top 5-1. Runners at first and third. Nobody out. Anthony Silva at the plate. Vitak delivers and fires a fastball in there for strike one. Silva has an RBI single that came back in the second. He's grounded to short and flown out to left field since then. Swing and a miss tied him up with a pitch underneath his hands. Infield playing back at double play depth. They'll give up the run here in exchange for a couple of outs. So if you're Silva, you just need to put this ball in play somewhere. Not to one of the corner infielders. Close play over at first base as Traeger able to get back. Bellinger holding him on over there. Trying to keep him close enough to the bag to give his team an opportunity to potentially turn a double play. Missed outside, went with the slider down and away, and the count goes to 1-2. The righty comes set on the mound, wheels and throws over to first, and again Traeger's able to get back. You can see what Kansas is thinking here with these throws over to first base. Traeger's not a guy who's going to steal too many bases, just 2 attempts and 2 stolen bases all year long. That pitch in the dirt, Traeger takes off and he'll go to second base. So after all the throws over, to keep Traeger close, the wild pitch allows him to get to second. Anyway.
We saw this a lot during the series. We saw this a lot during the series in Fort Worth where they'd pick over a couple times, would Kansas, to set up a breaking ball. And this one just spiked a little bit too far in the dirt, and it leads to that
line foul. Well, the infield in now, so Silva with an opportunity here to cash in a couple of runs with a base hit. And a lot of holes opened up with the infield in. Here's the 2-2 to Anthony Silva. Foul back to the screen.
And Silva's gotten a good look at some of these sliders now. He's seen what it looks like when it's spiked down. He's seen what it's looked like when it's in the zone. This is a good pitch to hit that he just fouls back, but it's more information for you as a hitter. If Vitok's going to go back to it, he's going to have to adjust the sights. That one caught a lot of the plate.
Vitok comes set at the belt. Here's the pitch to Silva, missed outside, and it's full 3-2. Well, Silva fell behind early in this at bat. He's able to work the count all the way out now. First base is open. Isaac Cadena, who had a base hit his last time up, is in the on-deck circle. Ball 4, he walked him. He went back to the slider, just tugged on it. It was well out of the strike zone. And that'll load the bases for TCU with nobody out.
And with some of the swings tonight, not surprised to see him go breaking ball. See if you get Silva to chase. If you don't, it loads the bases up and you've got to force anywhere. And Isaac Cadena has not necessarily looked comfortable at the plate, although did have a single in his last at bat as he flared it over to the left side. Chance to really bust this one open here for TCU. Bases juice, nobody out.
1 for 3 for Cadena. Takes the first pitch in there for strike one. Went right back to the off-speed pitch. This time it's a changeup. Aside from the base hit in his last plate appearance, he has struck out twice. Once looking, once swinging. Pitch gets behind the catcher. Here comes Brunson. He'll score standing up. And the other two runners advance 90 feet. Another wild pitch. That's the 5th one thrown by Kansas tonight. And it's now a 6-1 TCU lead.
And it has just been tough sledding as far as keeping the ball out of harm's way. Francis continuing to try and work, but just hasn't really been able to corral some of these in the dirt.
The pitch to Cadena. Line back through the middle, base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes Silva. He gets the stop sign from Mosiello. The ball got past the catcher, but it was backed up by the pitcher. So Silva can't score, but Cadena goes to second. It's now 7-1 TCU. Runners at second and third. Cadena with 2 hits in his last 2 plate appearances drives in his 32nd run of the year.
And this one's about as smooth can be for Cadena. Perfectly on time, just shooting this right back where it came from, past the pitcher Vitok. Ball hit so hard that Bill Mosiello's got to throw the stop sign up, but as you mentioned, the throw getting behind him, so he's just replacing the same situation. Still nobody out. Runners on second and third, and a couple of runs here in the 8th. TCU piling on the insurance now.
Sam Myers is going to pinch hit for Brody Green, but before Myers gets an opportunity to hit, here comes Dan Fitzgerald once again, and he's going to make another pitching change. Now, a new pitcher coming on for the Jayhawks as they go back to the bullpen. We'll take another timeout. You're listening to Horned Frog Baseball right here on KTCU.
Hi, I'm Kelly Clarkson, and I've toured the country dozens of times, and there's one thing every state has in common: childhood hunger. The sad truth is that 17 million kids don't know where their next meal is coming from, or if it's even coming at all. Yet there are billions of pounds of surplus food around the country at farms and warehouses that could help end this injustice. But all that food is useless if it doesn't get where it needs to go. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and gets it to hungry kids before it goes to waste. but they can't do it without your help. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank. Find out how at feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together we're Feeding America.
To help solve hunger in your community and to find your local food bank, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Trumper into the ball game. 21st appearance of the year. Does have a start for Kansas this season. We were talking during the break, and especially with the Jayhawks going to some of their bigger relief arms last night, you see why Dan Fitzgerald and Kansas tried to squeeze as much out of Cooper Moore as they possibly could. TCU taking advantage here, and you're still in a really good spot to continue tacking on.
Well, Trumper replaces Vitak, who faces two batters, allows a hit and a walk, as he did not retire anyone. Still responsible for the two guys on base. He also threw two wild pitches that resulted in opportunities for the Horned Frogs. The book is closed, by the way, on Cannon Carr. He goes an inning and allows 2 runs, both earned. So TCU trying to add to their 7-1 lead here in the top half of the 8th. Sam Myers, who was announced as the pinch hitter for Brody Green, makes his way to the plate. Myers hitting .237. He's 19 of 80. Infield in. Myers takes outside, ball 1. Sam had a good year last year. Started the year as the everyday left fielder, struggled at the plate, and has been used primarily off the bench. This one is lined. That's a foul ball. He hooked it down the right field line, and it was fouled by a couple of yards.
Just a bit out in front of this one. Caught it off the end of the bat, but playing a little too much of a draw down that right field line.
Oh, ball and a strike on Myers. Silva's at third. Cadena out at second. Nobody out for the Horned Frogs. They played at 2 already in this inning. Myers takes up and away for a ball. Looked like a curveball. It just didn't do anything. Well, 2 balls and a strike on Myers. Trumper comes set. And that hits Myers to load the bases. Well, the wheels kind of coming off of the Jayhawk pitchers here late in this ballgame.
For Myers, come in cold off the bench, take one right off the kneecap, and get the limp down to first base, but it's bases loaded, nobody out here.
Jack Bell takes the first pitch down and in. That one almost hit him. And it's 1-0 on Bell, who has 2 doubles in 4 plate appearances tonight. That one in the air, slicing foul. It'll end up in the seats down the left field line. Now, we've talked about it before. The ball really comes off at Jack Bell's bat. For not a really big guy, you know, unlike Strohschneider and Brunson, you stand next to them, they're both, you know, big guys. Jack Bell, when he's on time, the ball really comes off his bat hard. That pitch missed outside. It's a 2-1.
Yeah, it goes to a leg kick, and especially when it's not a 2-strike count, he really gets up there, loads into the lower half, gets everything out of that body. We've seen him with the pop.
Fouled. Looked like he might have caught a piece of the catcher before going back to the backstop, and the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 2 runs in for TCU. Here in the 8th, they lead 7-1. A base hit here from Bell, and TCU will be sitting pretty over the last couple innings. Out of play, left side. So it stays 2-2. Jack Bell started his career last year at Texas A&M. Coming over to TCU. Pulled. Fair ball just over the top of the first base bag. It ricochets off the sidewall and past the right fielder. 3 runs are going to score. Bell heading for third. He'll make it standing up, and TCU has opened up a 10-1 lead.
Well, right as we are talking about how the ball can jump off the bat of Jack Bell, he gets around this one and just hooks it down that line. We've talked about that pesky wall out in right field. If you're not familiar with playing at this venue, it comes into effect almost every single game at least one time. Just misplayed out there in right field. And if it got all the way to the fence, this is going to be an inside the park grand slam. Instead, it's a bases clearing swing for Jack Bell.
Still nobody out. Bell's over at third after the triple. Strohschneider takes ball 1. Well, Bell's had a night. 2 doubles and a triple. And he's driven in 5. Strohschneider takes a strike. A ball and a strike on Strohschneider is 1 for 4. His lone hit coming in the 5th inning. He led the inning off with a single up the middle and then eventually scored. Swing and a miss. He waves at that pitch. That looked outside. Went after a changeup. He's been susceptible to that lately. And the infield now comes in. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Strohschneider. Popped up on the infield first base side. Ballinger making the call and the catch on the infield grass for the first out of the inning. Well, Cole Kramer will come up with Bell over at third. 1 out now. And again, Kansas has to bring the infield in.
And I understand you got to cut the runoff here in this situation, as this would open up a 10-run lead, but just a tough guy to have to do this against in Cole Kramer.
First pitch fastball, strike called, inside corner. The fastball just 88 miles an hour, so he doesn't have a whole lot of velocity to overpower you. Trumper comes set. Here's the pitch. Almost threw it back to the backstop. A sprawling save made by Ian Francis. And it really was a save. He was just trying to stop that thing from going all the way back to the backstop. Bell would have scored easily. Here's the 1-1. Foul back, good swing by Kramer, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. "14 hits for the Horned Frogs to go along with their 10 runs. Kramer again fouls one back. That was a pitch. Looked pretty good to hit. A ball and 2 strikes on Kramer. Trying to get a ball to the outfield, at least to get Bell home. Takes up and in to even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, TCU putting themselves in great position to play for a Big 12 tournament championship tomorrow night against Arizona. Kramer again fouls it off the end of the bat over the net behind home plate into the crowd. Jack Bell with the bases clearing triples over at third, one away. Infield in. Here's the pitch. Kramer lines it back through the middle, base hit. Bell will walk home, and TCU has a 10-run lead.
Now, this is exactly what we're talking about with Cole Kramer. It's so tough to have to draw the infield in against him because he's so good gap to gap and with the contact. This is just a center cut fastball, though, from Trumper, belt high. And as Kramer's been fouling off a few pitches in that AB, you just can't give him a cookie like that. 10-run lead now for TCU here in the 8th.
Noah Franco, the 9th man to come to the plate, swings and misses at the first offering from Trumper. And a lot of forlorn looks in the Kansas dugout right now. Check swing. Did he go around? He did not, says Chris Griffith on the appeal. Franco had a walk and scored the tying run of the game all the way back in the second. 0 for 3 since then. That one is lined sharply towards the right field line. It's going to get down and into the corner. And it will be a grounds rule double as it hopped over the fence and then came back off the concrete that supports the wall. And that was an absolute rocket off the bat of Franco. Second and third as TCU's batted all the way around here in the 8th. And here comes Dan Fitzgerald again. And he's going to make another pitching change as he's trying to find some way to get out of this inning without any more damage being done. The Frogs have put 6 on the board, and they're still threatening here in the 8th. New pitcher coming on. We'll take another timeout. You're listening to Horned Frog Baseball on KTCU.
Unexpected reactions to smart financial decisions brought to you by feedthepig.org.
Well, I finally did it. I improved my credit score.
You're kidding, right?
No.
How are we supposed to be the bad boys of electro-synth pop if you're out there being responsible? The band is about to be discovered. This is our year.
Yeah, you've been saying that for a while now.
You think anyone in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was worried about their credit score?
I never really thought that.
Of course they weren't. Rock stars aren't supposed to think about that kind of stuff. We're supposed to think about how many guitars we've smashed, write aggressively sensitive power ballads, start questionable fashion trends, tragically break up and blame creative differences.
All right. I thought maybe it was time to take control of my finances, Start using a budget, get out of debt, set some goals.
A budget? Debt? Set some goals? Listen, I knew that we'd have our creative differences, but I was hoping they'd involve a little more scandal.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and
by the Jayhawks as they go back to the bullpen and call on Eric Lynn.
Now just another right-hander coming on here. Senior just trying to get a couple of outs. 16 hits now for the Horned Frogs in the game. 6 hits in this 8th inning alone as they've tacked on 6 runs to make it an 11-1 ball game. As you mentioned, the offense clicking on all cylinders.
Lynn replaces Trumper, who goes a third of an inning, allows 3 hits, 2 runs, does leave a property on base, 24 pitches. He also hit a batter. And Kansas still in a tough spot right now. Runners at second and third, and only 1 out. Now Lynn finishes up his warm-up tosses, and the first batter that he faces, maybe the toughest guy in the lineup right now, Chase Brunson, who's doubled and scored a run. He's also driven in a run. Singled his last 2 plate appearances, and the only time he was retired was a rocket he hit to center field. 3 for 4 for Brunson, who swings and misses. Went with the off-speed pitch to start the at-bat. Brunson started this inning with a base hit to right field. Fouls this one out of play off the right side. Kansas hoping that their name is called on Monday. Looks like they're in pretty good shape for that. Last time they made the NCAA tournament was back in 2014. So it's been a decade for the Jayhawks. Popped up, right side, foul territory near the TCU dugout. Ballinger makes the catch. 2 outs. Runners remain at second and third, and we'll bring up Nolan Traeger for the second time in this inning. Traeger singled to left field earlier in the frame. Also singled up the middle back in the third. He's 2 for 4. Lynn delivers. The pitch is over but low, ball 1. Swing and a miss by Traeger. He had a big cut, but came up empty. Kramer's over at third base. Franco out at second. 2 outs now. The fastball's high. 2 balls and a strike. The righty comes set. Here's the pitch. Strike 2 called. Traeger wants the pitch. Clip the outside corner, 92-mile-an-hour fastball. That pitch missed in the dirt. Kansas coming into tonight had won 6 in a row and 7 of their last 8. One of the hottest teams in the Big 12. They swept BYU, or won 2 out of 3 from BYU, and then swept West Virginia on the road to end the season, winning last night. That pitch in the dirt for a ball, and that will load the bases for TCU with 2 outs. But they have run into a buzzsaw here tonight as the TCU offense clicking on all cylinders, much like they did in a couple of the games against the Jayhawks at Lupton Stadium, scoring 14 runs in the opener and then 7 runs in Game 3. Anthony Silva at the plate. Fouls the first pitch out of play off the right side. 0-1. Silva 1 for 3 as an RBI single. He's also walked and scored a couple of times. Kansas had the early lead, 1-0 on the Horned Frogs. It didn't last long, and it's been all TCU since. Pitch missed under the hands and off the inside corner. It's 1-1. Kramer at third, Franco at second, and now Traeger over at first base, the infield back against Silva. With 2 outs, they'll just play for the out over at first base. That one missed low and away, a breaking ball that almost got past Francis. 5 wild pitches thrown by Kansas tonight. And a couple other ones that were in the dirt that allowed TCU to pick up some extra bases as well. This one well hit to right field, but Barth backing up has room shy of the warning track. He makes the catch for the final out of the inning. But the Horned Frogs pick up 6 runs on 6 hits There was an error, and they leave the bases loaded. We head to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Horned Frogs on top, 11-1.
I want to thank my mommy for loving me so much, for taking me out to the park, for reading me books, for taking me to the doctor when I broke my foot in ballet rehearsal,
for leaving me alone when I wanted to be alone.
And now, as a grown-up, I'm thankful for being able to take care of you, my dear mom, for having the chance to take you to the park, for reading you those books we enjoy so much, for being able to take you to your therapies after you twisted your ankle, for understanding that sometimes you simply want to be alone.
Roles change without us noticing. And in your new role, we help you help. Visit aarp.org/caregiving to get practical health and wellness tips to provide even better care for your loved one. Remember, visit aarp.org/caregiving. AARP. We help you help. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Luis Rodriguez back to the mound for the Horned Frogs as we start the bottom half of the 8th inning. He's gone 4 innings, allowed just 2 hits, and thrown 45 pitches. He'll face the top of the Jayhawk batting order here. For Rodriguez, the biggest challenge might be that he's sitting in the dugout for about a half hour in real time.
Now, it's been an outstanding outing for him. He's retired his last 6 as well, in addition to the numbers that you've mentioned. It's been a couple of complete performances so far, Chuck, here in the Big 12 championship for the Horned Frogs. Still 3 outs to get here to try and finish this out if this score holds.
10-run rule in place.
And curfew for you and me, right?
That's right. Yeah, curfew. We've passed our curfew a couple of hours ago.
I was dazed and confused waking up this morning.
And pitch in the dirt, ball 1 to the leadoff hitter, Derek Serta. Well, 2 nights in a row, staying out this late, not good for an old guy like me. You're still young and...
On paper, yes.
On paper, yes. Now that you're married, you know, you're starting to creep up in the age bracket, too. Foul back by Serta. Madison wanting you home and in bed at a respectable hour.
Oh, yeah. You having to fend off some texts.
Tell her to turn on the radio. She'll know you're just doing a game. Serta lines it in the left for a base hit. That's his 2nd hit of the ball game. He's got 2 of the 4 hits on the board for the Jayhawks. Picked up a base hit, a little infield dribbler back in the 1st inning. Eventually came around to score the only run of the game that Kansas has to this point. Brady Bollinger at the plate, intentionally walked his last time up. He's flown out to center, struck out his other 2 times to the plate. In the air, center field, Brunson, almost in his tracks, reaches up and makes the catch. There's 1 out. Serta has to stay over at first base. But check that, it's actually a new center fielder, Cole Eaton. Now in center field. There are other defensive changes for the Horned Frogs as well. I'll give you those here in a second. There's a strike. Preston Gamster now at 3rd. Cole Kramer moves over to first base. Jack Bell goes from 3rd to 2nd. Swing and a foul. The outfield's Cadena, Eaton, and Franco left to right. Brady Counsell in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. 0 for 2 of the walk tonight for Counsell. In the air, right center field, Eaton tracking it. And he makes the catch. Now 2 outs, runner at first base. Diriel Osorio stepping to the plate. Had an RBI single in the first, walked in the fourth, struck out his last time up. Swing and a miss as Rodriguez deals. Might have caught a piece of Traeger as the home plate umpire is buying a little time, wiping off home plate. Rodriguez from the stretch, trying to finish this one off for the Horned Frogs. That pitch in the dirt goes all the way back to the backstop. Serto will go to second. A runner at second base now. 2 outs. And the count, a ball and a strike on Diriel Osorio. That's a fair ball. Great play made by Bell, who gets up after the dive, throws to first for the out. What a play by Jack Bell, Gamster diving on the line. And that will end the ball game as Gamster makes a great play over at third. Able to get up and throw a strike across the diamond, and TCU will run rule Kansas here tonight.
Yeah, this is exactly the effort that you're looking for, all facets of the game. Kansas strikes first for 1 run, but then 11 unanswered for TCU. And you'll be playing for a championship tomorrow, but more importantly, that picture looking clearer and clearer that there's going to be baseball in Fort Worth next week.
We will take a 2-minute timeout and then come back to wrap this one up for you as the Horned Frogs run rule Kansas here tonight, 11-1. Stay with us. We're back in 2 minutes.
Babe! Babe!
I'm right here.
Oh, hey. Could you tie my shoes? Because, I can't with...
Your lobster claw hands. I don't think this is working out.
I hope this isn't because of my... Because if it is, I think that's pretty superficial of you.
What? Yes. No. You're a karmic nightmare. I mean, why do you think you suddenly grew lobster claws for hands?
It's just a bug or something.
You have bad karma. What were you doing right before the claws?
Nothing. Shooting bottle rockets at paddle boats.
Right. So maybe some good karma, like helping out in the community, working at a soup kitchen, something.
Or maybe there's a lotion or something, a cream.
Lobster boy cream?
Yeah, something like that. Okay, fine. Hug?
No.
Stay on the universe's good side. Volunteer, vote, get involved, and get yourself to getgoodkarma.org. Getgoodkarma.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Meet Designated Dave.
Hey, Dave, my main man. What's going on, bro?
Dave provides a valuable service to college students.
Hi. I just got a call from Amber. She said she needs a ride home.
Yeah. Hold on a sec. Amber!
Designated Dave is always on call, ready to lend a helping hand to kids who are too impaired to drive safely.
Whoa, no beer phone without me.
Hey, Amber.
Dave, I am so wasted right now.
You don't say.
Dave doesn't ask for a fare.
Dave?
Yes, Amber?
He doesn't even mind if you Ralph on his upholstery.
I love you.
That's nice, Amber.
But Designated Dave can't be everywhere at once. So if you're planning on drinking, be sure to plan ahead. Make sure there's a designated driver with you, or have someone ready to give you a ride.
Oh my God, I love this song.
This message is brought to you by your friends at KTCU.
Welcome back to Globe Life Field as TCU just stuck their name on the big sheet that holds the brackets as they add their name to the championship game tomorrow as the Frogs will play for the Phillips 66 Big 12 championship tomorrow against Arizona. But Connor, tonight just a complete game for the Horned Frogs. You talked about it just before we went to the break. TCU fell behind 1-0 after the bottom half of the first inning, but From that point forward, it was all TCU.
Oh, just a strong showing up and down the lineup, on the mound as well. You're playing a complete brand of baseball right now, which is what this team's capable of. We've seen them at times play down to levels of competition, but once you get into this mode where everything is clicking, you're playing complementary ball on both sides, if you can stay in that, especially this time of year as we're getting towards the month of June, look out, because all it takes is you get hot for a couple weeks, find yourself in the College World Series.
Yeah, TC doing everything right here today to play errorless baseball for the second consecutive ball game. They get great pitching. Mason Brassfield won't